Hello, 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 everyone. Welcome in for everyone that's here. Hey, Forever Nikki's mom. Oh my goodness, you are still not mod. Okay, hold on a second. Hold on a second. Let me see if I can't go into my. I don't know why it is doing that because it said that you were modded on my end. Give me 1 second here. Let me go in my community deal. And there. I hope you guys are all doing really well today. Or tonight. I was going to go on a live earlier and then I realized that I didn't have any clothes to wear like on the live, and so I had to do some laundry. And okay, that's the be on the lookout. I don't know if you guys heard about this really quick. There's a be on the lookout for a child abduction in Houston, Texas. Suspect vehicle is a brown 2018 Chevrolet Equinox. It's Texas license plate VMD1391. And Vasquez is the little female. She is 16 years old. She was wearing a black shirt and green jeans. The suspect is Dennis Munoz, and he's a Hispanic male. If you know anything, call 911 or 713-755-7427. And I posted that on the community page if you guys are in the area and you see anything suspicious and want to call in. All right, I know it was an older post that we posted. Let me see. There we go. There's that beautiful little girl. Okay. And there she is. Okay. And add. Add. Okay. It should be green now. Or I mean blue now. Nikki. Or Forever Nikki's mom. I'm sorry. Your name is not Nikki. I know your name. There we go. So hopefully you're gonna be all in blue when you post again. Hopefully. I found you in there, so it should just go ahead and do it. And I just did a standard mod. I wonder if I have, oh, you're welcome. See, it still didn't do it. Oh my goodness sakes. Hold on, I should be still on that post. Maybe I have too many. It says it made you one. Here, I'll do this. Add as mod. I'll make you manager mod. I don't know if you can have like a certain amount at first and that's it, or what it is. I'm not sure. Oh, thank you. Thank you. See, you are still not blue. That is so weird because I went into like Gracie's, for instance, yesterday, and I did it at the same time I did yours because I was doing the same. I was working on everything. And so I don't know why, but I keep going into your comment and making you. I'm going to have to figure out what is going on because I did it right. Like I did it together with both of you guys. So I'm wondering if maybe I have a limit, but I don't know how that works yet. But I finally figured out how to mod people, so I don't know why it's not doing it. It's weird. It's really, really weird. Let's see here. So tonight I wanted to come on and talk about what happened to Sebastian Rogers. And yesterday we were supposed to do a debate, Rich and I. I'm a little bit nervous about this debate. I'm up for it. I got my coffee, drinking coffee, and we're going to debate some theories, right? Because there's a lot of theories out there. Thank you, Forever Nikki's mom. Yeah, that'll be great because that way because I don't, maybe because it was an older post, but it wasn't that much older. I don't know why. And I also wanted to bring up a picture that everybody's talking about, that everybody was talking about like a while back, right? And I know there was a lot of speculation on this photo. Now, this photo was another photo that was stamped by the TBI, and then underneath it says, "Have you seen me?" And it's the picture from Costco that was taken the day before, allegedly. Before we get into the video, speaking of allegedly, I'd like to let you guys all know that these are my opinions alone. Anything that Rich says on here, that is on Rich and his channel. No, I'm just kidding. But honestly, we do have our own brains and everything, and I just want everybody to know that even though we collaborate, same thing like when Gracie comes up on live, you know, I appreciate when everybody's up here and comes up and talks with me, because it's kind of awkward just sitting here talking by myself. But that's just my opinion. But it's kind of fun to have all of these. Oh my goodness, my aunt sent me a message saying that the Lou Malnati's is on the way, which is pizza, which is Chicago style pizza. So she's so sweet. That's a Christmas present she sends. As a matter of fact, let me just give her some love. Thank you. They have to send it in dry ice too. So okay, love you lots. There we go. Just sent that to my aunt. And then let me pull this up quick, guys. But yeah, anytime they come up on panel and things like that, just know that it's all alleged. It's all our opinions. So like, if they say something on here, don't hold it against me. Don't hold it really against anybody, because it's just people's opinions, and we're all entitled to those opinions. And I welcome them. I welcome all the opinions. Oh, of course, my thing didn't sync up. Well, fantastic. We'll just have to go. Okay, so this is going to be courtesy of the lovely Miss Smiley Stories World. Definitely go over there and give her a like and give her some love, because we love Smiley. She's wonderful. Oh my goodness. I guess. Julie, oh my goodness, Julie, she's doing a satire. I love it. I'm gonna have to go like her satire. She's silly. I love silly ladies. You guys crack me up. Okay, hold on. Let's see. Let me see here. I'm gonna go to, I'm sorry, I'm so slow. Smiley, of course, here we are. I was like, she's got to be right here in my history, because I was sent over by a viewer, so. But it's a really good picture of what we're going to be talking about, and or some of what we're going to be talking about. It's not going to be everything, but I just find it really, really interesting. So here's the picture from the Roadhouse. You know, like when he's wearing the Yoda, baby Yoda Grogu shirt, right? And if you look, I'm going to go ahead and blow this up. Oh, to size. Oh, maybe I can't do it that way. Maybe I just have to take a screenshot. All right, there we go. There's my screenshot. Let me crop it. And actually, I don't really need his Baby Yoda shirt, because we got that already. But let's focus on Sebastian's neck here. If we remember too, there was another picture that came out where there was a bruise on Sebastian's neck and one right here, like on his mouth. And I don't know what to think of it. I know that it definitely looks like bruising. I don't think it looks photoshopped, because I've edited photos and things like that, and it's really, really hard to make a bruise look like different colors as if it's healing. And that's what it looked like. It looked like an older type of a bruise to me, but he also had one right there. Okay, and in this photo you'll see a mark around his neck. And in another photo, when Katie was on Chronicles of Olivia, she alleged that there was a bruising right here on his lip. as well. It was a separate picture, and she claimed that it was chocolate milk. And she said that Sebastian lacks awareness and he didn't know to wipe the milk off of his face before picture day. I'm paraphrasing, but that's the general gist of what she said, right? So, with that being said, I'd like to pull this photo up and show you guys, because this also looks as if it's like older bruising. This poor baby. Oh my God. But do you guys see that? Do you see it? Do you see his little bruise? He's got some moles on his neck. Like I got, some moles on my neck right there. But like and they're little, but you can see right here on his little neck. It's a really awkward spot to have a bruise. It almost looks like someone punched him in the neck to me. That's what I always thought it was. I didn't think it was a grab. Yeah, it could have been. If they grabbed him around his neck, right? Okay. And if they okay, so if they like throat punch this kid, he would have that you know what I mean? So that's why I really think that it could have been something where he was hit in the neck. And it's kind of hard to tell because once you get kind of far down, you can see a bit of a shadowing from his head onto his t-shirt, right? Oh gosh, let's see. There we go, right here. So it's hard to tell. Oh, sorry, that was Harmony Montgomery. And so I just feel like when I look at this, it looks like he was like hit right in the throat. And that's a really awkward spot. You're not going to like even trip over something and hit yourself like that. I mean, that to me is clearly a big bruise. No, he never deserved any of that. Oh my goodness. Hey, Amy Boyd. It's so nice to see you, sweetheart. I hope you're feeling good today. So it's just unbelievable. And let me see if I can pull up. Well, I know I have it in here. I know I have to have that one in here just on hand. See, sometimes they sync up. Oh, and guys, I know that people were talking about from the other side that his case had run cold. Sorry about the Dane Cook back there. I was watching one of his new stand-ups. But anyway, it says Sebastian Rogers cold, and that came from Clue. And we have a statement from the sheriff, and he said it's definitely not cold. Like this case is not cold. So there you go. But anywho, see, that's what happens when I look back on old posts and I'm like, oh yeah, I was supposed to say something about that, wasn't I? But in this photo from Chronicles of Olivia, and if I have to screenshot it again, I will just go back and get it. But she's holding a photograph of Sebastian that is in a frame. Oh, guys, this is the one. Okay, I cannot believe this. All right, so this is what happens. All right, I want to show you this. Credit to Dolly, right? Credit to Dolly. Look at that light up there. There's no light bulb in there. And we were talking about this the other night with Grace when Grace was up. Now I'm going to zoom in right now again. And you can see like the two sockets, right? You can see the two sockets. Now we all know Dolly was there for a little bit in the beginning, right? And then he went back after a while. And then look what he captured. And I've been saving that to put it in a video, and I never did, right? Shame on me. But we can see those lights that are like the pretty ones right here. Ooh, where's the pretty ones? Right there. And then see, they put like some floodlights in there. And I thought that was nuts. Like when he showed that, I was like screenshotting the crap out of it because I was like, oh my God. And those are some bright like halogen style lights, right? They're not just like any run-of-the-mill lights that you would put in there. They look like they'd be really, really bright. And Yeah, it's just crazy. I think his mouse is over this one. But like you could really see like when he's pointing it out. There's no bulbs, right? And I know people have talked about this before, but I just find it to be really important since we were talking about it the other night, right? Bulbs. So they definitely had the capabilities of having these light bulbs out here bright, you know, to illuminate around the home and everything like that. Um, so that's just crazy to me, that they were saying that they didn't have like the lights out there. They couldn't have any lights. It's so dark in our neighborhood, yet we have no lights at all. I mean, I found that to be really suspicious. And let me go back to Chronicles of Olivia. There's a short clip I wanted to show you guys in this anyways, so we'll just go right to her. Credit to Chronicles of Olivia. She did a really great job. She really kind of, she's kind of a softer interviewer, which I really like that about her. She will ask very pointed questions, but she doesn't really have that, she's not like super feisty about it, but she's definitely a beautiful young lady, and she's a really great interviewer. She has like a knack for making people talk to her, in other words, is I guess what I'm trying to get at. Um, Proudfoot. Now, I do have to put the sound down a little bit because there's a part that copyrights in here somewhere, and I don't want to get copyrighted. But here we go. I'm trying not to get copyrighted. I guess it doesn't really matter. I mean, we're talking about poor Sebastian, so it doesn't really matter to me. But you can't really tell in this photo. It's kind of hard to see. But here's the first one. So that's Sebastian on picture day. And I think he looks adorable. Very, very nicely dressed in his button shirt. And play this a little bit further. And she tells Olivia that, oh, sorry. She tells Olivia that he doesn't have much self-awareness. And he had milk on his face that day. And then she's like, he's funny like that. And she, like, it's a very awkward, weird, creepy moment, in my opinion. And I don't even have to point this out. Katie's pointing it out and saying it's chocolate milk. But it looked like a healed up bruise to me. And so I hope you guys can all see that. Just right on his upper lip. And I know that sometimes kids with autism will have meltdowns and things like that. They're extremely strong. Okay, so these kids, excuse me, for lack of a better way to say it, have a strength that they don't know their own strength, type of a thing. And so that is one thing, especially with him getting older, to consider. So maybe they had to restrain him at certain points, but I don't know why they would have to restrain him in his neck area. That is really what is hard about that. You know, that's what's really, really difficult, because I mean, yes, maybe there could be some bruising if there was a situation where they had to restrain Sebastian, but you would think it would be like on his arms or maybe on his legs to hold them down if he was kicking, something like that. And so I just really feel like there's a lot more to all of these different bruises that we're seeing on him. And I know that it was talked about and everything in the beginning. It's really hard though, because people can alter photos and things like that. So I try not to speculate too much on these things, because I don't want to point the finger or blame anybody. But there's a couple of different pictures out there that, oh, I'm sorry. That was my dog. But there's a part in this video, Django, you hush, leave it. And let's see, it's when Katie was recounting her story. And I'm going to go ahead and play it again. But I need to find it. I should have time-stamped it. Hi, Minnie. Yeah, I agree. Like, he sure didn't do it to himself. Exactly, Forever Nikki's mom. Like, he did not do that to himself. It's just like a very awkward place to have, like, to be hit. I mean, it looks like he would be hitting, um, and that sort of thing. Um, oh, where this timestamp is. I'm gonna have to look for it. Maybe we'll just. Oh, there we go. Maybe it's that time. No, it's one with Katie's body language, and what I'll do is I'll kind of look for it once I have Rich up here because he can talk to all of you guys and see. And that's what's weird. Like Minnie, I was able to mod you up, but I wasn't able to mod Forever Nikki's mom. I'll have to check and see. I wonder if I do it on this other phone if it'll work. But either way, I know there's a lot of theories out there about what happened to Sebastian. Like one that I'm hearing a whole lot of is about him possibly being in a separate school, a secret school. Um, I am not. I'm not really on board with that theory as other people are. I think, for just from what I've looked around at, I really appreciate all the clips and things that you guys send me. It's amazing, and as a matter of fact. There's a couple things I wanted to read to you guys too. But let me see here. If it didn't transfer over, I'm gonna have to send it over. Yeah, it didn't transfer. That's okay. I'll just have to go in. Um, but either way, I don't think that, I think I believe in the Alaska theory more than I would, just because the Bower Sox did take a private flight there. So they left from Philadelphia and they got on the private flight um, and off to Alaska. Now there are a lot of different places that they could be leave that they could have left Sebastian there. And so that would be really hopeful for me that he would still be alive out there. And a black, oh, okay. Yes, I have seen that black strap. Um, there's a photo of Sebastian out there that he's wearing like a breastplate. And Seth said it was because he needed some correction. And I don't remember exactly what it was, but he needed some type of correction. And hey, Freebird. And so I'm wondering, well, because he said he didn't have to wear it if he didn't want to. He said it was his choice. He said he could either wear it or not. Now, I'm kind of more of a stubborn parent, and I would be like, you need to wear that. Like it's a corrective thing, and you need to wear it. And I would probably force him to wear it. But that's just me. That's just me. Not knocking anybody, not saying anything. Everybody's entitled to raise their children the way they want to. But I would just be like, hey, really need to wear that. You know what I mean? Like, we're going to find some ways, some incentives for you to wear this. And if you wear it, say at the beginning 3 times out of the week, okay, that's awesome. Well, we got it down 3 times. And then once they get used to it, it'll probably be a different story. But I understand, it's hard to deal with teenagers. And I'm not sure exactly when that picture was taken, but it looked like he was a little bit older. So I'm guessing that maybe he was just being so dang stubborn that Seth said, okay, well, it's your body. If you don't want to wear it, then you don't have to wear it. But I would have been like, okay, let's find a way to get you to, let's trick him how to wear it or something. Probably not trick, I probably bribe would be a better word. Uh, like, I'll give you $20 if you wear it. I'm just kidding. But yeah, so I wanted to read off. Let me see if I am on. I have to switch my account over. Add account. Continue. Unable to switch. What in the world? Okay. All right. Oh, I got Django over here barking still. You can still hear him outside. All right. Oh, I think he sees a possum. That's Django. When he sees a possum, he goes completely nuts. Oh, okay. This should let me get into it. I have my personal Facebook on one phone and my other one on the other phone. And I'm guessing, here, let me try this. I'm going to go ahead and try to. Okay, I'm sorry. I did get muted. It went way haywire. So this is from Panda Bear's mom. She sent me this, and it's like a beautiful, hey, dreaming. This is so beautiful. She made this for Sebastian, a little ornament to put on her tree, and she said that I could share it with everybody. So I wanted to share that, and hopefully she comes in and I can let her know how beautiful it is. I told her already, but um, let's see here. Okay, so the first thing I wanted to read, and I did put it in my video, Craddock does make a statement, but what he says is, this is kind of just like a little excerpt from this, so I wanted to read this out to you guys. Okay, so Ken Widener has headed up search efforts around Sebastian's home and beyond from the very beginning. It is his team that stands ready to act on any credible lead that comes from the tip line. We have canines on standby, search teams, and drones ready, and we go. The question of what happened to Sebastian very much remains open to date. Nothing has been ruled out, including the possibility of foul play. I have been transparent. There is some information that I can't release because it could be prejudicial to the case, and a successful resolution is my ultimate goal. And that's what Craddock said. EMA Director Ken Weiner agrees, and he says, there is not a day that goes by that I don't think about Sebastian. Now, Weiner has headed up the search efforts around Sebastian's home and beyond from the very beginning, and his team stands ready to act on any credible lead that comes from the tip line. And I do believe this was from Nick Barris, right? So yeah, I don't think, and in my opinion, I think Craddock was really upset that that information got out. That's just my opinion. I don't know the guy, but I think he definitely was upset about the information coming out, kind of the tit for tat. And if you guys don't mind talking just amongst yourselves really quick, I'm going to go ahead and try to send me one more thing. So if I I apologize. Worry about sending myself stuff like this, but I have to if. Oh, hold on. Okay, one more moment. Let's see. Spoke too soon. Kicked me off. Okay, so Forever Nikki's mom says, I've always wondered, or I'm sorry, I've always thought they were holding all the evidence close to their vest. Yes, I really believe that they knew more than what they said they did. And that was just because most of the time in these investigations and things like that, um, that's what they'll do. Like, especially the FBI, they don't really tell much of anything. They haven't really said anything in this case besides they put the reward out, and then that was it. That was the only thing they did. They put the reward up, and I think they were hoping that we would get some answers. And yes, streaming, praying every day for Sebastian and the other children to be found safe. Yeah, and also today, Hannah was found safe in Mexico. She was. It was a case where she intentionally ran away. And I think it was to get away from some bad people, is my understanding. I could be wrong, but there's not a whole lot. Now, her family is asking for privacy. So I'll just kind of give that little update there. There are way too many missing. Forever Nikki's mom, way too many. And then today, I put on a be on the lookout in Houston, Texas, for a 16-year-old little girl, a Hispanic girl. She is said to be with, she's 16, she's said to be with a 38-year-old man, which is absolutely horrible. Kind of like my phone right now is driving me bonkers. All right, hold on one second, guys. We got it. We got it. We got it. Okay. Hopefully it won't kick me off. All right. So what I received was a post from Facebook. So it's Kathy Guy. Ooh, Kathy Guy Bower Socks. And it says, it's Sebastian's 16th birthday today. Thought the Proudfoot family would have wished Sebastian a happy 16th birthday. And then another person commented underneath there, Claire Duke, unless she knows something the rest of us don't. Okay, so it was kind of a pointed conversation there at Kathy Bowersox. So Kathy Guy Bowersox, she is the little one there. You can see her. Just to verify that for you guys, because I don't like to put anything out that I can't really verify, right? Or I try not to. Try real hard. It says, Claire Duke, we are fully aware of the day, and how we proceed through the day is none of your business. Just because you were not included or informed does not mean that nothing was done. Any posts or wishes concerning Sebastian were only shared with people who have a heart for this child, and any other posts would have been ridiculed and used to cause more stress. Prayers are appreciated, but the spreading of lies and misinformation is not. Okay. And Melissa Winters, she writes back, Kathy Geibauer Socks, I said a prayer for everybody. I hope everybody's still cooperating with LE. I can see why everybody loves Sebastian. Maybe you get to hug him again one day, question mark. Be strong and keep the fire burning. The love for him is massive and growing. And then another guy says, and he's got like a he's got the Semper Fi, the emblem from the Marines, so he's obviously affiliated with the Marines, or maybe someone he is close to is. And it says, where were your hearts for Sebastian when 5 CPS reports were allegedly filed about him in 2 years? Go Ralph. And Kathy responds back to Ralph and says, I know exactly where my heart is and was. Since you seem to know about 5 CPS reports, feel free to enlighten me. Until you have personal knowledge and can provide me proof, and proof is like all capped out, right? She's PO'd. And not just something that is lying, not just something that is a lying, money, hungry, poor excuse for a parent. Excuse me. This is awful. Not just something that a lying, money hungry, poor excuse for a parent says in order to grift money. This, of course, is my opinion based on knowledge and personal interaction with this person. When the actual truth comes out, I would hope that you will be a person who acknowledges your implied error. I would expect at least that much from someone who uses the USMC emblem as a profile picture. Okay, so she tore that guy a new one. And all he asked about was the CPS reports. But I found it really, really funny because if you guys will remember in the email that was allegedly sent to Justin from the teachers, they said that Katie and Chris allegedly was throwing Seth under the bus and blaming him for every problem that Sebastian had. And instead of taking ownership and knowing that, you know, obviously he spent most of his time there at their home, but then also that they're all Sebastian's parents and his behaviors reflect on all of them, whether it's positive or negative. Yeah, she is a real piece of work, Freebird. She really is. She really is. Forever Nikki's mom says, I'm wondering if she is going to have to pay restitution for all the searching and resources used to find her. Yeah, I mean, I'm wondering the same thing. They typically don't really, I don't know. I know that they did that in, oh, what was that gal's name that just recently pulled that? It wasn't Sherry Papini. I mean, she got jail time. It was the African-American young lady, Carly, I think was her name. But either way, I think she did have to pay some restitution because I don't think she wanted to get too far and like too much jail time. I think she worked out a deal. Yeah, it does burn me up too. It's horrible. Like she's horrible because she has said so many nasty things. Like she doesn't care who she says it to. And what's really odd to me, I don't know any realtors in Tennessee, but I am familiar with realtors because I worked with a lot of them, and I'm like my personal Facebook page is I have a lot of realtor friends. But with that being said, most of the time they are the nicest, warmest people that you'll ever want to meet. They do not like to burn bridges because they understand that they're in a business position and you never know when you might need, you know, a favor and whatnot. So they're typically really, really nice people who just want to help people, and they're very caring people for the most part. I didn't meet a whole lot of mean ones. Don't get me wrong. They're very business minded, and they're, it's a little bit of a cutthroat situation, of course, because we're all vying for like the same piece of the pie, right? In the neighborhood, we're trying to get the best listings. We're trying to get the best buyers, the most qualified ones, so we can, you know, get them their house and everything like that. So we are calling on the same leads a lot of times. you know, like somebody will come in and they'll be looking for a home, and they'll come to different websites, and then the realtors pay for them to come to them and get those leads. So there's competition, don't get me wrong, but she just seems like such a nasty person. And I mean, that's just my opinion. I'm not saying she is or isn't. I don't know the woman, but for her to be this ugly with somebody just speculating, and I understand it was pointed, but then she brings Seth into it. And then that's where I don't understand that part, where it's like the other people weren't talking about Seth, they were talking about her. And so I just don't understand. Like, my brain simply wouldn't just go there. I would just be like, worried about my own accountability and talking about my own self. Like, she, you know, kind of like what she said, hey, it's none of your business. You know, we did do something you might not know about just because you don't know about it, you know, blah, blah, blah. Okay, I understand that part. But to throw Seth under the bus like that, it was just awful. Awful, awful, I thought. I was like, that is very, that makes her look bad, in my opinion. And Freebird says this woman acts like she cares, in my opinion, while allegedly Seth said that she was talking about her jewelry and she wanted Chris to buy it for her. Yep, the day that Sebastian disappeared. That same morning when he showed up, apparently. Um, yeah, it's no empathy. And then also, I just feel like, what's that quote? Dost thou protest too much? I just feel like instead of her saying something rational, she went off the handle. Like, she started out okay, but then she just went completely bonkers off the handle. I'm like, okay, well, yeah, whatever. So let's see here. Yeah, in the interview on Seth's channel. Yeah, yeah. I remember him saying that to Bullhorn Betty as well. And I thought that was like really crazy. Like, she's just worried about her jewelry and what they're gonna do on vacation, what they're gonna buy. Like, who says that? Thank you, Dreamy. um, it's just weird. I just don't understand why. I don't understand why she would do that. Like, that to me just seems like very suspicious. And how do I put it? Like, if I was a police officer there, I'd be like, how is the grandmother talking about all this like happy stuff? I mean, you would think people would be in a panic. And um the way that it was portrayed by Seth, it seemed like everybody was like okay, kind of like talking about stuff, you know, that didn't really matter. And then Katie was crying on the couch, is what I remember him saying, that she was in fact crying on the couch, but she was also putting the picture from Costco in his face, the one with the bruise, actually. And she was going, see, look, he's happy. Which he looks happy, but he seems like he was the kind of kid that would bounce back from like anything. It just seems like he was a happy kid, just on his own. He was a sweetheart, from what I can see. And Forever Nikki's mom says she can find the time to be defensive, but where is she? Yeah. Where's the time she's spending on advocating for her grandson? Exactly. I won't worry about people saying stuff. I'd be pushing people to search and look. I know exactly. Like, I wouldn't care what people said about me. You know, I'd let them say what they want, but I would be out there advocating. I would be out there at least like on Facebook every day. Have you seen my grandson? Have you seen my grandson? I will share a little bit of personal knowledge with what I did some research on Kathy. I did look over her Facebook, and because it's public, you know, so I just went over there and took a gander. And whenever I did that, I realized that there was no pictures of Sebastian. None whatsoever. Now, I don't know if she took any of them down. I don't know if she had some, but she didn't have any pictures of Sebastian up. And I was like, oh my gosh. And then, like, barely any pictures of the grandkids. And I don't know if it was because, I mean, it was probably 3 months into the case when I did that. And so maybe she took the kids down because they were getting trolled. I'll just play devil's advocate for her. But in the same way, I'm like, holy cow. You should be proud of your grandbabies. Oh my God, I don't have any grandbabies yet, but I'm going to be so proud of those kids. And then also, like, oh, okay. Yeah, I will look. I have X on this phone, I'm pretty sure. It's so weird. It's so fast you could find X right away. No, I'm not upgrading on X. I'm not upgrading on X. All right. Oh, that's JLR's post of that lady that's suing. Okay. Let me see. Nick. Yeah, there he is. Is it this one, Minnie? Or is that an old one? Well, that's 21 hours ago. He puts the strangest posts in on. Sometimes I have no idea what he's talking about. Oh, at night. Sorry, thank you. Oh my God. If I could read today. All right, so let's do this at night. Ooh. There we go. All right, I didn't know I wasn't following them. I thought I was. Oh, okay. Oh, this is another. Oh no, this is 4 days. All right, what do I go to? Posts. And that, 10 minutes ago. Okay, so it says I can know, and I can't read either. I'm like, well, and then I think at night, I think Nick the Hat. So that's why I was like, oh, okay, I'll just go over there. And then I was like, and then also, like, I'm friends with them on Facebook, I guess. Like, I follow them on Facebook, but now I just realized I didn't follow them on X. But that might be a different situation. I don't know. But I followed them. And it says, at night will announce a development from at Dog the Bounty Hunter regarding the search for Sebastian Rogers within the next 48 hours. Ooh, that's very straightforward. I like that. I like the straight talkers or straightforward. If you have any information concerning the whereabouts of Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, please contact Sumner County Sheriff's Office, 615-451-3838. We all know that number. You can call the TBI at 1-800-TBI-FIND, or you can send tips to tbi@tbi.tn.gov, right? And then Dog also has Tell Dog. Sebastian's family and friends and community are counting on us. We remain resolute in our mission to bring him home. We really appreciate your dedication and teamwork in its critical endeavor. Together we can find Sebastian. And the reward is still that $225,155. And I don't know if that came from private people, but if it did, that's nice. I didn't see it added to. Oh, there's Dog with Candace. There's Dog with Candace Owens. She's a feisty one. Like, I think she could take Dog down. So yeah, well, that's good news. So 48 hours, we should get some kind of update. I wonder what it could be. Do you guys have any thoughts on what it can be? Minnie? Do you guys have any thoughts of what it can be? Because I'm kind of stumped. I'm not sure what it could be. I mean, they've sent, yeah, I would love it. I would love it if, like, the FBI would come out, but I know they're not going to. So I'm like, I could wish for them to do it, but oh yeah, dreaming. So it's going to be 48 hours before Dog the Bounty Hunter will come out with an update about Sebastian. So I don't know if that has, like, anything to do with maybe, like, some of the sleuthing he's done on the case, or whether he, like, if he goes and knocks on the front door, I'm going to die. Like, you guys remember him doing that with Gabby Petito? Or, well, with Brian Laundrie's case, I should say. Hold on. I know I found it the other day. I'll play it. Dog. And the laundry store. No, not a laundry door. Laundries. Okay, here's the here's the clip. Oh, I gotta make sure though we could hear it. Okay, there we go. That's why. Oh. There we go. I'll play it. You know, stinker, it doesn't want to play. Maybe I'll have to go to YouTube. I'll just go to YouTube. I was trying to do it through Google. That's probably why it didn't work. Okay, I'll get that one out of there. I found it right away on Google, but you can win big on Hard Rock Bet with a little bet. Here we go. We just have an ad. There we go. But this is like when dog not. There we go. Oh. Could you imagine him just going up and knocking like that? You're welcome, Dreaming. Nobody answered. No one answered. They just stayed in there, probably all quiet, probably like laid down on the floor. His hair does match the house. I don't see any feathers in his hair this day. He wasn't in full dog mode, I guess. He was looking for them though. I would not want him to knock on my door, that's for darn sure. Never did I ever want him to knock on my door. And like Brian Enton was out there, like remember all the news people were like out in the street, like across the street, they were like paying the neighbors. Um, he's a nut. But yeah, I would like to see him do that. So maybe maybe we'll get that kind of an update. And that would be fantastic. So, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to think about Kathy's. I think they're probably really frustrated. Like if I was them, I think I would be really frustrated. Another thing that I think they could be really frustrated about is like all of the similarities that we found in the photographs. So the still shots, we noticed that Sebastian and Katie are wearing, if they are not identical shoes, they're very close, in my opinion, to what each other is wearing. They both have like bright white soles and like either a blue or a black shoe. I believe it's a New Balance, because it looks like an N. I keep looking at it because I'm like, I think it looks like an N. Um, and I can't make out Katie's shoes or what type of shoes they are. All I know is they look a lot like Sebastian's. And then the two cars, the one that she almost goes to, and then her car that she does end up going to, um, or it might be Kathy's because of the handicap placard. I don't know. But those two cars are very similar. So if she wanted to switch cars with somebody and say, go on a trip that night, and that would be if we were to believe that Sebastian never made it home, which since that video came out, I really am on the side that he never did make it home, which I was on the opposite side of that before. I really thought that he made it home, and I really thought that um that it was more like a speculation that maybe he didn't make it home, but we never did see whether he made it home or not. And I think even Nancy Grace was a little bit like perplexed about that, whether or not he actually made it home or not, because she was asking questions to Katie like, do you park in the garage? And what about that extra vehicle, like your work van? What type of work van is it? And yeah, like anything's so possible right now. So that's why I wanted to be like, what happened to Sebastian? Was he whisked away to a different school? I don't think so. I don't think so. Was he taken someplace and hidden out, and then Kathy and Terry went to Alaska? I mean, they took a private flight, so it's really hard to tell. They could also bring things on a private flight that they wouldn't be able to bring on, say, a normal airline. So if they were to go to the airport and have to check bags and whatnot, they wouldn't be able to bring the same things. And so they could have been getting rid of evidence. And, I think that's very, very possible too, and yeah, dreaming. I think it's very possible. All this stuff is possible. Um, and then another thing that was worrisome to me was the phone call between Chris and Katie. Like, what if she just left her cell phone at the house and then Kathy was at the house making the calls? We still don't know who took out the trash. So it's very possible that someone went to the house, pulled in the driveway, because somebody definitely pulled in the driveway and into the garage. And so I've been thinking about all of these different scenarios. And of course, I don't like to speculate too soon because I want to consider everything. But when I'm thinking about how everything went down, it just seems to me that we could be really, really shocked before this is all over with. Like, some of us maybe will have had it, nailed it, in one of our theories or another. But then we could all be shocked at the outcome of this case. I do believe it was planned out. And the reason I say that is because of those CPS reports. The CPS reports were allegedly 5 of them over a year's time, pretty much. So if we consider the end of 20, so maybe a year and a couple months, because apparently the first report was October of 2022, right? So that's at the end of the year. Then you have November, December, and then you're into 23. And then the very last report would have happened at the end of 23, which would, or excuse me, or it could even be in the beginning of 24, but in that time frame. So it was really within like a year and 2 months that all of this CPS business was transpiring. And so I think that maybe the first CPS report might not have triggered anything, but definitely the other 4. I'm thinking, especially if Chris was made to leave the house, which a lot of people have speculated that Chris was meant to leave the house, because CPS could have told them, either either the stepdad leaves or Sebastian is going to be placed someplace else. And I'm sure that they didn't want that to happen. And so with Chris working over the road, it was kind of almost something that, was very possible that he decided to, just stay there. I don't know if that was normal. I know that he probably did, because I don't think, me personally, I would rather stay someplace, especially like the kind of hours he was working, than to come home every single day and then drive 3 hours. So that always made sense to me, that he stayed in the RV and, and that sort of thing. I that always kind of made sense to me. The little over 2.5 hour phone call, say from 9 to about midnight, that was always weird to me, especially because they've been together so long, and it's just kind of hard to find things to talk about for that long of a period of time when you've been together with somebody that long. I mean, it's just kind of how was your day? How's it going? You know, you guys talk about, you know, a little bit. All right, well, hey, I'm going to let you go. We're going to eat, you know, da da da. Especially when you have a child, um, you know, who wants your attention, needs your attention. So I always found that to be really odd. But then Katie said on Smiley's channel that that was typical for them to like stay on the phone with each other as they were doing things, like even eating dinner, which I find to be a little bit. I mean, it could be considered like cute in a way, like maybe if they all FaceTimed and then they put Chris like it, on the table and like they were all eating, that could be. I just don't. I don't know. That was just a long conversation. And Freebird says the fact, in my opinion, that CP and now CV keep saying you are going to regret what you are saying when the truth comes out makes me think they somehow, yeah, they know something. Well, and that's true because they're very they're very sure of themselves. And so when somebody's so sure of themselves like that, it makes you wonder. It makes you wonder like why they're so cocky, especially I don't know. It just I don't feel any love, I guess. I wish I felt more love from them. I don't know. I'm a smushy person though, so and I don't know any, oh, I just don't believe anything that those two said. I know, and that's the thing, it's so hard. And then the thing is too, like with law enforcement, not to kind of say anything bad, but like they can totally mislead us or lie to us and say like this is something that it's not. And so it's really hard to decipher when they come out with something um because they could be blowing smoke and they could not be. So I always get so confused with that too. And then Freebird says, in my opinion, I feel like they gave him some rugs and 2 weeks before he went missing, allegedly, to look like the teen was on. Yeah, I had a rug problem, then put him in rehabilitation center. Okay. Yeah. So I would like to still talk about those situations. Excuse me, guys. I'm sorry. I have shorts on under there. I like to sit on my foot, but then it falls asleep. Um, so basically, those places, like I know we talked a little bit about it before. So a lot of times they accept insurance when we're talking about those places. So I'm wondering if there would be a paper trail there. But then again, if they were, say, paying cash under the table, or if it was like one of those places that was very sketchy or crooked, there could be an instance where um, they took him under the table. I don't know. And that would make me really scared because that would make me think that they weren't doing such nice things to those kids. And we already know that Seth did his research and found terrible things that had happened to those kids. So I can totally see that being an option. It's just lower on my list. But I know that like a lot of those places have been known to mistreat the children and stuff like that. Like they don't always treat them nicely, even though their parents are paying buku bucks for them to be there. And that is why they keep saying you are going to regret how you treated us. Okay, right. Because he's still out there. He's safe, but he's in a school. Um, I mean, yeah, I mean, we have to really read between the lines with everybody in this case because obviously Kathy was being defensive. I don't blame her one bit for like being defensive over what was said, like the birthday thing and stuff like that. Like, because I get that. Like, I would probably be like the same way, to a certain extent. But it's just like so ugly. Like, I don't know, but they might be sick of people saying stuff, but in the same way again, I just feel like I wouldn't even bother with it. It's weird that she come out and said anything about that when her grandson's missing. It's just weird. Yeah, flip-flopping all the time, dreaming. I just can't believe anything is true with them. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And that's what's hard. That's what's hard. Oh, rug. Yeah, I know. I've been like really trying to, because I know like a lot of it too, like because I'm not a medical professional, so I should probably give that. It's just I'm familiar with a lot of different rugs, and that's just because like I've been in nursing and stuff like that, so I kind of understand a lot of them. But I'm not no expert by any means. And even Rich said to me the other day, he's like, "You know a lot about rugs," and I'm like, well, I mean, for one, I'm in true crime, but then two, I've learned a lot like from just being in the hospital setting. So even even that will still look guilty of hiding him there. I mean, I think so too, because what if he's scared and like he hasn't talked to his dad? And I mean, I think that would be awful. It would still be awful. He's still going to be traumatized, in my opinion. Mother got arrested for letting a 10-year-old walk alone, which is wrong in my opinion. Those two children, oh, have been missing. Oh, okay. Oh my gosh. I mean, it's funny because like I used to ride my bike everywhere I went. If I would ride my bike to school, I would ride my bike with friends. You can't jump up here with me right now, bud. Go lay down on your bed. He's got a really nice dog pillow bed, like a nice My Pillow dog bed, and he doesn't like sitting on it sometimes. He wants to sit on my lap, but I know he's gonna knock the mic around. Do you want to come up here? You could sit on my lap, but come on, come on. You want to come up here? He's he doesn't like to like jump around the cords, I think is what it is. Oh, and then I kicked the table. But either way, yeah, I mean, I think that I don't think that's right either, dreaming. I think a 10-year-old should probably be able to walk around. Now, if it's late at night and stuff like that, I know, but most of the time kids can like walk to their bus stops and stuff like that. So, or like a friend's house down the block. I mean, it's wrong to let a child walk alone too, but yeah, still these days. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I mean, and like that's another, weird thing too that kind of makes me think of Sebastian. Like he never did like to run away. Like there was a little boy, Liam, and he was missing. And he had autism. He lived with his grandma. And this was just recent. He was just found safe, thank God. But and I didn't get a chance to post him, but either way, he's safe. But he had run away 6 times before that. So I mean, when it comes to like the kids that are regular elopers, like they like to get out, and I think they really need to invest in some like door, like when the door opens, there's a chime or something like that that will really help them. Django, you cannot come up here. You have to come on this side. You want to come over here? Come over here. Um, but either way, um, yeah, I mean, oh, I was looking around. What? Oh, notice I didn't know. Yes, yes, it's the little beagle. He's crying at me. He's like, "Let me up here. Let me up here." I'm like, "No, you can't get up here because you're being crazy." I'm afraid he's gonna knock my mic stand. Like if he hears a noise, like he'll go crazy, and so like he'll just jump off, and I'm afraid he's gonna knock my mic off and cause a whole situation. But yeah, that's Django the beagle. Oh, see, and then if you barely and he doesn't like to be picked up. Like if you pick him up, he screams bloody murder like that. He like he got hurt or something, and it's like, oh my gosh. But yeah, he's he's crazy. No matter what, he will be traumatized. He will need lots of therapy. Yeah, I believe that too. And then is he in a place right now where he's getting the proper therapy that he needs? That's the whole issue with me too. Like did they find a place for him that he's going to be able to like succeed, or did they just put him, I mean, where did they put him? Because they were saying he had behavioral, and that's what really worries me when we're talking about like these schools and the school theory. Because what if they put him in a place for bad kids and not like autistic kids, or people that have different abilities? Like what if they what if they chose a behavioral route, and in that case we've we witness what happens in those places. They're not always the best places. And I wouldn't imagine that Seth would, I mean, obviously he didn't. So, but I wouldn't imagine that he would allow for that or that he would find that to be okay in any way. So, I mean, maybe I'm wrong. He could have involvement. I don't know, but in the same way, I just don't think he does. And like I said, I could be wrong. But it just seems to me that by all accounts, he did not want Sebastian going someplace where he was going to be able, or where he was going to be hurt. And so that just makes me think that it's very possible that maybe they put him in a behavioral center versus one for children with or individuals with autism. Is that the 14-year-old Rich did? Oh yeah, did a story on. Yes, I believe so. His name was Liam. And yes, he was 14. So yes, I believe so. And he lived with his grandma, and his grandma said, that he had ran away 6 times in the past. And so, that's what's kind of interesting to me, is that like whenever they say that the kiddo runs away, I'm like, where do they run? Like, where's the typical place they go? Do they go toward the water? Do they go to a park? Do they go to like a good friend of mine, his grandson is autistic, and he loves car washes. So like he has them all mapped out on his phone. Like he'll show me where all of them are. He's like, look at these car washes, and he'll show me like, and he knows how to work the map and everything. And like, I'm horrible with maps. So I'm like, I'm impressed. And he showed me where all of them are. So that would be the first place that I would look, would be like car washes in the general vicinity, and then car washes, his favorite ones. Like they have the blue iguana ones, and he really likes those ones, because obviously there's a big blue iguana on it. So and obviously they have water, so that's another thing that attracts him, is the water. But he's always been like that. Like ever since he was little, he always liked the washing machine. He liked to listen to the washing machine go back and forth. And we'd have to like close the door, so he couldn't get in there, because he loved going in there. So yeah, I mean, it just always makes me think that what other place, where do they like to go? What is their favorite thing? And I think a lot of people were asking that in the beginning with Sebastian. I knew a lady whose toddler with autism would leave in the middle of the night. Oh my gosh, that's so scary. Oh my gosh. She put latches on the top of every door and all the window alarms. Yes. Yes, because they have window alarms. And the reason why I know this is from being a DV survivor, because they'll give you like a packet where you can, at some of the different DV shelters and things like that, when you go home, um, when they get you set up in a different place, and then that way, like you can put alarms on all of your doors. So if they try to come in your window, you'll know. You can put one, on all your windows, that you can put one on your door. And so that way you're alerted to somebody coming in. So, I mean, that's what I would do. That is definitely something I would do. A lot of times too, with elderly people who have Alzheimer's, that's another solution for them as well. So people will know that they're leaving, in the middle of the night and things like that. That's what I worry about with the rehabilitation residential programs. There is insurance that you can get that covers it too. Okay, see, yeah. And I would think that Proud Feet would have pretty decent insurance. I don't know about the correctional officers and if they get benefits. I'm not sure. I would hope they would. I would hope they would, because their job is super hard, and they have a lot of different, like they could encounter people with like HIV. They could encounter all kinds of different people. Like TB is a big thing in the jails, and so tuberculosis. And so yeah, I just think that I would think they would have insurance, or at least something like where they can go see a medical at the prison. But I'm not 100%. But then you got a paper trail. Exactly, Freebird. That's what's so weird. That is what's so weird, because there would have to be some sort of paper trail if it was in fact for children with autism, or children who that needed special therapies, whatever it was. Like, I just really feel like if they did do something like that, which it is like lower on my theory list, they might have put him in a behavioral center. And I mean, then I would be more worried about that then, because I feel like a lot, now don't get me wrong, there are bad and good in every profession, but I really feel like the people who choose to work with people with special needs, like they want to be there for the most part, and they really, really care. However, when it's behavioral and disciplinary, things like that, I just feel like sometimes they get rough with those kids. And I feel like a lot of times some of the ways that they handle those children is not the way I would want my child handled. And that's just my opinion. But I just also don't, I also feel like they were making Sebastian kind of out to be this like holy terror when he really wasn't. I mean, yeah, he seemed like he was mischievous, but who isn't? What little kid isn't hyper? Like, I was really hyper when I was a kid. And I'm a little girl, but like I'd be bouncing off the walls. You give me too much sugar, I'd be like on a sugar high. And then Freebird says I was a sleepwalker, and we had latches at the top of the door I couldn't reach. Yes, exactly. Exactly. Oh, excuse me. Forever Nikki's mom said that to Freebird. Yeah. So, I mean, that's a thing too, because that could be really scary, like sleepwalking, especially as, like, if you take, sometimes if you take the sleeping aids, they will make you do like very weird things that you don't remember doing, like sleepwalking, sleep driving, sleep eating, different things like that. Because I know that when I was taking sleep aids, I would do some silly things myself. Yeah, that is very scary. I know it is very scary. Yeah, like that's what I'm thinking too. Like, um, that's just where my brain goes, and I don't want it to do that. Like, I keep on thinking of all these different scenarios and things like that. And then, like I said, I kind of listen to what other people have to say. I'm like, okay, perhaps that could happen. I mean, the best case scenario would be that he's alive. You know what I mean? That's what I keep praying for, is that he's alive. Um, but then also with that footage, it really worried me about the shoes and them switching their shoes. Um, and um, I know Rich is wanting to come on tonight, but I know something came up with a friend of his. So I wanted to get on here and do the debate tonight like we were supposed to have last night. And I told him that I was like talking smack about him last night. I'm like, hey, I was talking a little bit of smack. And he's like, you never sent me the link. And I was like, well, I was waiting for you to tell me to send you one. I'm like, now you just look scared. And like, so now I have to tease him again. If he doesn't show tonight, then I know he's afraid to debate me. I'm just kidding. I'm afraid he's gonna wipe the floor with me, but don't tell him I said that. Um, yeah, and your dreaming says my husband used to say when our son was hyper, pudding pudding did it. I know, like I used to really believe that when I was a kid. Like the more sugar I ate, the more hyper I would get. So I would always try to like eat pixie sticks and like jumping around, and you know what I mean, and being silly. Like I was silly. I was a silly little kid. So I mean, I just don't see like, but that's kind of how I see Sebastian. Like I don't see him as being like a bad kid, like the ones you see on like those talk shows, where they're like, F you, mom, and they're like, I'll do what I want, and like all this stuff. Like he didn't come off to be like that to me. And maybe he was, sassy, but um and that's one thing, I definitely was sassy, like my mom would be like, okay, mouth, you need to shut it, and like I'd just be like, yeah, crazy. But I think all kids do that. I think all of us like get mouthy and, sassy with our parents, and then we get in trouble, and then we try not to do it right again. But I just don't see Sebastian being the kind of kid that would require that kind of disciplinary action. Did you sleepwalk out for okay, forever Nikki's mom. Yeah, I mean, see, that's the thing too, like when you do those things at night and you don't remember, it can be really dangerous. And then they say don't wake up a sleepwalker too. Because if you do, then they could get really scared and discombobulated. But but yeah, so um there's a lot of different theories. There's a lot of different theories. Do you guys think that there is anything to do with the guy? See, because I know the gloved guy, there's been a lot of speculation on that. Um, there's been a lot of speculation on the guy that's wearing like the yellow jacket. I know the one guy was only wearing, like, he was the only one wearing those the blue gloves in all of the workers. Like, I think they were both workers, but that guy was, and he was wearing the gloves, which I thought was really weird too, because um, somebody had mentioned that to me as well in an email. They were like, "Hey, I think it was." I'm trying to think, but either way, they're like, "Do you notice?" I think it was you, Freebird, that said that. But it's like, do you notice that like he's like touching the door handle and he's like touching all the stuff, and he never like switches his gloves over. I found that to be interesting. He is bad according to CP, in my opinion, which we all see how he is. I think Sebastian would, or excuse me, I think Sebastian should have never been living with them, in my opinion. I know, and that's the thing. Like, I don't understand why they didn't just tell Seth, like, hey, you need to take him, and then Seth could have like found him a babysitter. But I'm thinking that they couldn't get him into the program that they needed to in Clarksville, and there was a wait list. Um, that's all alleged. That basically came from Mr. E's Crime Cast. When Tony was on there, they were talking about it. And that's all I really know about it, is that in that time, whenever from October 22 to January of 24, basically that time frame in there were 5 different reports, and apparently they told Seth that he could take Sebastian, but then he's like, I can't get him into the program that we need. And then also Seth was concerned about the essay that occurred, and he wanted to make sure that he could get him into a different program, because the one he was in, Seth said that he wasn't, oh, how do I put this? Seth said that they weren't doing sufficient counseling with him and targeting what he actually needed to help him through what the trauma that he experienced. So I think that was some of the holdup, but I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's what they expressed, or that's how I took it. And Freebird says the yellow jacket has made me more concerned because I could not find him in the restaurant. He walked out with Sebastian and KP, and he also had a white paper in his hand, like he used it to hold the door for Sebastian. Yeah, I just don't know where those guys were coming from. Like, I mean, the one was definitely in the restaurant. Like you said, it was a busser or something. Um, and I guess if he's not if he's touching like older food, but then again, you're touching the door handles and stuff like that. And then yeah, the yellow guy was weird to me, and I don't know exactly why, but yeah, he was definitely like sticking around, and they definitely were looking over at Katie and Sebastian. It seemed like they were watching over what they were doing in a certain capacity. Um, and then it just seemed like Sebastian was really worried about what was going on between his mom and that guy. In like it was like the green hoodie guy. Well, what they're calling the gray hoodie guy. So I found like that was pretty weird too. I felt like it was a long interaction between those two, when it should have been just a passerby. And then when the guy was walking by, he was kind of like had his hands up in the air. Like, I don't know. It was a weird interaction. It was really weird. So yeah, I don't know. And Sebastian, yeah, he just like was watching his mom really closely in there. And it looked to me like in the video, um, like when they came out of the door, the guy held the door open. They came out the door, and then they almost walked to that first car, and then the car that they ultimately left in was parked over here. But it looked like both of them were headed over there, and then Sebastian like put his hands in his pockets, and he almost looked like he was a little bit nervous, like he didn't know why they weren't getting into that car and they're going to get into the next car. But nevertheless, they get into that other car, And I don't know. I just, it seemed like he was nervous. You know what I mean? He was nervous. Oh, I'm so sorry. Forever Nikki's mom. Night terrors are not fun. Not fun at all. Yeah, Freebird, you're right. There's a lot of footage that you can tell where they kind of cut it off and then added in, excuse me, they didn't add anything in, but it was like a little transition that they added in so you could see the TV glitch. And I have a similar transition on my video editor that I use, and so it'll just do like a little glitch in the screen. You can do a couple of different ones on there, but that's what it reminded me of. So I could tell it was like a different part of the video. I would like to see like the whole raw video, like uncut, unfiltered, all of that kind of stuff. But I did appreciate them zooming in on what was actually transpiring between the green hoodie guy and Katie, because it was just too long of a period of time for that just to be like a quick pass by of the stranger. And then I also appreciated them zooming in on Sebastian and kind of his demeanor and how he looked when that guy came by his mom. And and it could have just been that like there was a guy by his mom and he was like, hey, what are you doing? You're too close to my mom. Because um, boys are really protective of their moms. Oh, I'm so sorry, Forever Nikki's mom. I know that is not easy, not easy at all, not easy at all. And we're always praying for you. You always have a good support system over here. So, um, but yeah, I mean, and there's just so much to consider now that we've watched this footage. What I am questioning, and what I've been questioning from the beginning, is that I don't understand why the 4 photos were released from SF Investigates. I don't understand. And maybe he's seeing something that I don't see. He is a private investigator. He's licensed. So, but in the same way, I'm like, what is going on? Like, why would you release these photos that are incriminating your clients? Did he do it because he's losing faith in that and his clients, or was he doing it to help them but he ultimately hurt them? Because that's the way I feel about it. I feel like when I look at those pictures, I'm like, oh my gosh, this is proof that Sebastian possibly might not have made it home that night, and maybe they did a switch of the cars and things like that, and shoes, and um you know because according to Katie, he changed when he got home into a long sleeve black shirt and the Adidas style pants with the white stripes down the side. And that was what he wore like for his bedtime. So um, it is all connected. Dreaming says no coincidence. Truth will be out. You're right. It's strange. Yeah, and I believe that too. Like I thought so around the 6-month mark when they put out the $50,000 reward, I was super excited. I'm like, this is going to breathe new life into the case. The FBI put the reward out along with Sumner County. So I really think that it was a situation where they were jumping on board, is how I took it. Like they weren't taking it over, but they were jumping on board. And so I was like, oh great, we got this new momentum, we got a reward out, this is good news. And I felt like something big was going to happen really soon, and then here we are, going on 10 months later, and now again I feel like something really big is going to happen, and I don't know exactly what it is, but I feel like Sumner County knows a little bit more than what they put out there. And I think that Craddock was saying that, and this is just my opinion, that he has been as transparent as he possibly could be with this case. And my opinion, hey Dorothy, in my opinion on it is maybe they didn't have very much to go off of is what we all thought. And the little bit that they did have to go off on, they weren't going to release it. So like even the trash can video, like who took out the trash? Because I heard different things. I heard that you couldn't see. Now from Seth's mouth, he said that you couldn't tell who was taking out the trash. Okay. So he said I couldn't really tell. And I know that he seemed almost defeated about that. Like he's like, I wish I could tell who was taking the trash out. I think he would have been, that would have given him some faith that his son did make it home. And it would me too. It would give me faith that Sebastian did make it home. But then knowing that we haven't saw the footage, I mean, like I said before, you're going to be able to tell who's taking it out. Is it whether, I mean, it's a woman, a man, or Sebastian, because he was very thin, 5'5", so just like an inch shorter than me, which I'm 5'6", I'm not very tall. I'm pretty much like an average height. And it sounded like he was too, at that time, although he's not done growing. Um, they're protected. Yeah, they are protective of the mom, Dorothy. Yeah, and they should be. Oh, yeah, EMDR therapy is, I heard is very, very good for that. Um, so yeah, I mean, it's kind of strange. It's kind of strange how things are how things are going right now with this new stuff. And like I said, I can't for the life of me figure out what they were trying to prove by putting those 4 photos out. Um, other than like what he wrote, other than what SF Investigates wrote, on the Twitter post. So, which I can read that too. And maybe we can try to decipher it together, because I'm just not sure. Like when I looked at it, I was like, is he calling them out? Is he, but then I didn't really read the post. So let me read the post. I was way more interested in looking at the video, or excuse me, looking at the still shots. Seth Investigates. Oh, brought me right to at night. I can't wait till I get a laptop, because this will make things so much more easily to find things. There he is. Oh, wouldn't you know it? Here's the photo that Dolly was showing on his show. And I did check it out, Dreaming. He always does a good job, I think. Him and PJ. But he was saying, like, you can see his little, oh gosh, I gotta remember this is a mirror view. So, and you're looking at his little mouth. And let me blow it up a little bit. I can't tell if that's like his little dimple, but then if you look on the side of his neck over here, right there, it looks like bruising. And I can't tell if that's a shadow or if it's bruising. But that was another one that Dolly was examining the other day, yesterday, I believe. What I always found to be odd about this picture is like when Katie said that she was trying to teach Sebastian how to match other people's energies. It's weird because it looks like he's exactly matching her smile, and that's what always stuck out most to me in this photo. not the bruising, but although I can see where people would say that, especially because of some of the other pictures. But like, it's almost like, you know how he always smiles so great big all the time, and then in this one he's just smiling like kind of mild, not really. It's like just like his mama, matching her energy. So I always thought maybe he was trying to match her energy, like she was trying to teach him, or like she said. um I heard FS Guy and KP allegedly were screaming at the Roadhouse employees. Is that true? You know what's funny is I heard that too. I heard that that's how they got some footage, was that they demanded it, is what I heard. I don't know if they were yelling or not, but I heard they were demanding of it. And the weird thing is that I was wondering if it was SF that got it, or what it, like, I wasn't sure, but he definitely posted it up first. So I was like, okay, well, maybe so. Um, oh, here we go. Okay, so this was Friday night. SF investigates, and I swear it was before Seth's live, because, like, well, I definitely didn't see it until after Seth's live, but SF investigates says, tomorrow marks Sebastian Rogers' 16th birthday, and heartbreakingly, he remains missing. While we are diligently investigating his case, we do not yet have answers regarding his disappearance. On the eve of Sebastian's birthday at night, and Dog the Bounty Hunter are promoting the release of surveillance footage featuring someone they have dubbed the Green Hoodie Guy. Unfortunately, they are deliberately distorting the truth about a brief surveillance clip to push a false narrative for the sake of self-promotion. We refuse to allow Sebastian to be used as a marketing prop, so we want to set the record straight about the individual labeled as the Green Hoodie Guy. As Sebastian and Katie exited Texas Roadhouse and approached their vehicle, which was parked in front of the takeout window in a high-traffic area, an older gentleman wearing a green hoodie was walking between Katie's car and the one parked next to it. The man briefly stopped, turned sideways to let Katie pass, and then continued into the restaurant. Now, I just feel like it wasn't as brief of an encounter as he's putting out there. And that's just my opinion. Oh, hey, Sandy, no problem. No problem at all. Just glad you're here. Just glad you're here. Uh, that's a deep fake. LOL. He photoshopped that from Sebastian's Seth photo. Okay, yeah, and Seth's photo. I know. And see, that's what I'm saying. Like, I never know if these are real. And then also, like, I don't know about the TBI photo, if they were really trying to pass that off, but it seems like it to me. It seems like it to me, because Katie was saying that the Grogu t-shirt, which is also Baby Yoda, is what he was wearing at the restaurant. But then if you look at the picture from the TBI that they're sitting in a restaurant side by side with each other, he's clearly not wearing the Grogu t-shirt. So, excuse me, guys. I'm so sorry. I'm going to have to grab like a cough drop or something here. I got cough drops sitting right next to me. Okay, and then he says, that's it. That is the entirety of what happened. Instead of being truthful about the video's contents, which should never have been made public in the first place, they have turned it into a hyped up publicity stunt, disrespectfully timed to coincide with Sebastian's 16th birthday. Please keep Sebastian and his family in your thoughts. Rest assured, as thorough and determined investigation is a thorough and determined investigation is ongoing. This week alone, we have obtained over 80 hours of surveillance footage from Sebastian's neighborhood, covering the time period when he went missing. We are carefully analyzing this footage, interviewing potential witnesses, conducting daily searches, and using every investigative tool available to find Sebastian Rogers. Attached are screenshots from the actual surveillance footage showing Katie, Sebastian, and the gentleman that at night has described as the Green Hoodie Guy, quote, quote, from the Texas Roadhouse on February 25th, 2024. hashtag Sebastian Rogers. And underneath of it, it says, within 22 seconds, Katie and Sebastian approach their vehicle, enter the car, put on their seatbelts. The man in the green hoodie enters Texas Roadhouse, and Katie and Sebastian exit the parking spot. This is what At Night has told you is so significant. And those are the 4 photos. So basically, he's trying to prove, and this is what I'm taking from it, he's trying to prove that the green hoodie guy is of no interest, is no, has nothing to do with it. And then also that also that basically it was no harm, no foul. They came out of the restaurant, they went to the car, they put their seatbelts on, they left. I don't think, see, I would really like to see the raw footage with no edits, so that way we can say, because within 22 seconds is what he says. I'll just show you guys, so that way. It was longer than 22 seconds. According to the video, it was like a minute, because I timestamped it in my video that I made yesterday. They left they left the table and they were walking out of the restaurant, and it took like a whole pretty much almost 2 minutes. So 22 seconds is, there's no way that they could walk out to the parking lot and 22 seconds later be in the car. I don't think. But see, they were waiting for that guy to pass, allegedly. So that added some more time. But I would really like to see the raw footage. This is what I found to be really interesting to begin with, and I want to point it out. It kind of looks like, especially like his little hands in his pocket. He seems a little bit apprehensive, and he's he's looking between the cars, in my opinion. So was he just watching that guy come up, or what was going on there? You know, that's another thing that I'm really curious about. Okay, Freebird says, oh, that makes sense now, because At Night said they had to release theirs because of SF misinformation. Yeah, that was another misconception that I found a lot of in the chat. In the comment section. Like, people were saying, like, they were upset and they weren't realizing. They were telling me to fact check, right? They're like, you need to check yourself, and I'm like, I will. What do I need to check? Like, I'm fine with checking myself, but like, what do I need to check? Well, because they didn't realize that these 4 photos that were posted by SF come out Friday night, because it says on the eve of his birthday, right? So they did it around the time of the live, either before, during, or after. And then the next thing I know, At Night is releasing actual footage. So it wasn't still shots like this. It was footage from the night. And then they showed the inside. Bullhorn Betty talked about it on her show. And then they turned around and released it. It was kind of like, okay, if you think that's proof, look at what I have. And so that's where it all started, was when FS dropped that bombshell on X and everybody saw that. And then At Night was like, whoa, we have the footage too. So here's the video footage. So, I mean, obviously they were both working towards getting that Texas Roadhouse footage. And in my video, I was being really sarcastic about the whole thing, because, I mean, basically they're on the same trail, it seems like. So when they're getting this footage, they see some kind of value in getting that footage, just like I think any of us would see the value. And just like I believe Sheriff Craddock and Ken Widener know the value of that footage. There has to be something in that footage that can give us some clues. And that's just my opinion. Seth got pick. His smile is so big. Aw. I know, like when he's pictured with Seth, it's just like ear to ear, right? And they have like the same smile, I think. You know what I mean? They look alike. But then when you put him next to Katie in a picture like that, he looks like his mama. So he looks like both of them. And my daughter's the same way. I don't know if God does that when you only have one kid or what. That's why at night release their footage because of SF's misinformation. Yes. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. But I had to kind of set it straight though, because I was so surprised when Gracie actually sent me that footage, or excuse me, the 4 stills, and I was like, holy crap. So I'm like looking at them, looking at all the, looking at all 4 of them, noticing the timestamps. I mean, we were trying to pull any information that we could from it, right? I'm sure all of you guys were doing that because you guys are all really smart and awesome. So I mean, but then we get the actual footage, but I don't think it's definitely edited, because it was like 7 minutes for the outdoor footage, and then it was 4.5 minutes for the other footage, I believe, roughly. So obviously they were in there. It seemed like they sat down and they ate fast. It was probably like a 45-minute thing, and we talked about that last night a little bit too, about how it was a very fast dinner. I'm the type of person where, like, if I go out to eat, especially like Texas Roadhouse, I like to get the Caesar salad. So then, like, of course you're eating that as an appetizer. Then you have like those rolls that have like the honey butter stuff. And then they bring you your steak and da 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 da. And so, and I'm a slow eater too. So, I mean, to me, it was a fast dinner. But Sebastian seemed like he was eating really, really fast. I noticed that. And a lot of people were saying in the comments, like, he looks really hungry. Why is he eating fast? I thought he looked tired too. So I was thinking maybe he just really wanted, like, after that long ass day, maybe he just wanted to get home and get his jammies on and get ready for school tomorrow and crash out. I don't know. Because that was a really long day. And Dorothy says, yeah, but why the yellow jacket on a black jacket was straining so hard. Oh, staring, got it. Sorry, guys. Staring so hard at them. Sebastian was looking hard too. He was watching his mama like a hawk, and like watching that guy. Like, you could tell when they came out, and basically, without knowing or being there, that guy walking from one direction, and then Sebastian and his mom looking from the other direction. He was looking straight ahead, like between those cars where that guy would have been coming through at. So maybe he got a bad gut feeling too, because, like, I really trust kids' intuition, because a lot of times they have a great intuition about people, and maybe he just thought that guy was sketch and was like, hey, don't go by my mama. He might have been like, stay away from my mom. I think GHG has the same build and gait as TB, in my opinion. Yeah, I mean, could be Sandy. Definitely. And I compared to old stalking video. I mean, I don't know. I wish we had a better look at the guy's face, because even so too, like, I don't think it's a bright green hoodie like the one on the scroll, or like, it's more of like a lighter what kind of green would that be? Like, maybe like a forest green, or because at first I was thinking it looked more gray, but then as I was looking at it, I'm like, no, it's green. It's hard to tell too because it's outside. Like, when Katie was standing outside, I thought her hoodie was black, but then when she was sitting in the restaurant, I saw the other video. I was like, oh, she's wearing like a navy blue hoodie. So Yeah, that's very true. That's very possible. Yeah. Like SF and then KP, they wanted at night to play their hand and see what they had. They wanted them to either hold them or fold them. And that's my opinion too, Freebird. They were trying to see what the other people had, which is not it's not a bad strategy. If I lived over there, I would go to sleep if all the bussers were or were to see. Yeah, she said she would go to see if all of the bussers were wearing the blue gloves. I know that's really interesting. I'm wondering too because they just it was like more like an episode of like ER or Grey's Anatomy, not a restaurant. Usually the restaurant workers have like the clear gloves or like the white ones. Um, I found that to be really odd myself. I really did. 5 CPS reports tells a story. A child suffering from abuse has to have his guard up 24/7, in my opinion. Absolutely. And I believe, yes, Dreaming had sent me a link for Dolly's video, and it was a really long live, so I didn't get to watch all of it, but I watched some of it. And what he is alleging is that one of the guys that lives in Hendersonville had reached out to him about the CPS reports. Apparently, this guy had a record of like lying to authorities, and then also, um, like how do I say this? Um, being involved in SEX workers, like he likes to chase tail of the SEX workers. Oh my goodness. And he disclosed all this information. Like he put a disclaimer, like he was explaining it and stuff. He tries to vet he was explaining like he tries to vet people out and stuff like that, make sure he knows where the source is coming from or whatever. But what he said was the guy alleged that he had some knowledge of the CPS reports and that some of them contained the fact that CP uh, liked to put hands on Sebastian and like strangle his neck. And so, um, hey Holly, good to see you. Good to see you, huh? Um, and so it really makes me wonder, you know what I mean? Like, because of all those bruises and stuff, and like he played the one that I showed you guys, but then also I think later on because I scrolled over to see, and I think he also had somebody send like the bruising on Sebastian's neck, but like they did zoom in on it, and so you could really see it, and it's just like it's like when you first get a bruise, it's like black and blue, but then it starts fading out and it starts turning like yellow and it'll turn like brown. Um, you could just tell that it was like discolored and everything like that. So it's really, really sad. I mean, but that's what that man is alleging. That's what that man is alleging, that this all transpired and that they kind of had the knowledge of that happening. Now with the five CPS reports, I mean, to me, just if I was a teacher and a kiddo came to school with something like that around his neck, that would really make me pause that something was going on at home, because like it'd be different if they had like skin knees, because like kids, that happens all the time. I still have a scar on my knee from when I fell off my bike when I was a kid. So like that kind of stuff is normal. Like they have a little skin on their arm, from falling down, or if you know that they have like brothers and sisters and they like to get rowdy with each other, I can see that, something like that. But or if they play sports is another reason why I could see why there might be some injuries or some kind of if they were playing rough or whatever. But I just can't for the life of me understand how that got there. And so that's why I really wanted to bring it up, because I know that it's been talked about in the past. I know it's been shown a bunch of times, but I just think it's worth mentioning with these 5 CPS reports coming out. That very well could have been something that was called on, was a mark here, mark over here. I mean, it's very possible. And now a missing, yeah, and now a missing child. Exactly. CPS should be arrested, in my opinion. I know, with 5 CPS reports, and he had, well, and see, here's the thing too. Um, yes, and Freebird saying he had to go to an anger management classes and custody case, allegedly, in my opinion. Yeah, and so, like, and now the missing kid. Oh, I know. I know. And the thing is like, and I know you guys have heard of Harmony Montgomery. She's a little girl, who was unalived by her father, Adam. He was convicted. And, his girlfriend, well, his wife, excuse me, at the time, they were all living in a car. And she was unalived in that vehicle. And she's like the cutest little girl ever. I gotta really get on Monkey because I have all his pictures in here. But Harmony, I'll pull a picture up of her. And her uncle, prior to her unaliving, her uncle called CPS and reported her father, Adam, for, quote, bashing Harmony around the house, making her clean the toilet bowl with her own little, tiny little toothbrush. Absolutely disgusting. They found this little one. This one right here. That's her mom, Crystal. She also had a drug addiction. And she was trying to take care of it, but it wasn't really working out too well for her. And she had another little boy, Jameson, which was Harmony's little brother, and they were in foster care and stuff like that. And she ended up reporting Harmony missing. They still have not found her. They still have not found her. She is somewhere out there. Another, yeah, streaming. She's just so sweet. I know. And it's so, it's like, it's awful. And then, the Susan Powell case, where Josh Powell unalives his 2 little boys by, just blowing the house up, basically. I mean, so, and the CPS worker was actually on the scene there, and the little boys ran up ahead of her, and they got into the door, and Josh slams the door in the CPS worker's face. Yes, Sandy, remember we were talking about it, a few lives ago. And it's just absolutely terrible. I'm like, how in the world do these things happen? And when it came to Harmony, the CPS worker was pulled up on the stand to speak about it, and he basically said, like, he didn't even make contact with Harmony, that Adam took her and brought her, like, someplace else, like took her and brought her in a car and drove away, and then he didn't even get a chance to talk to her. So, I mean, I don't know. And she was so teeny tiny. Now this guy he got custody of his daughter, which it was his biological daughter. But this guy had like a teardrop tattoo and a record. And they gave her right to him. And I'm all for kids being with their parents. Like, I think the parents would be a better solution than like foster care, but in this case that wasn't true. Because her mother couldn't take care of her. Her father certainly couldn't take care of her. A massive drug addiction for the father. I mean, he was doing all kinds of crap. But yeah, they still have not. And I just don't understand. Yeah, it is like, what the heck? I don't understand like how these things happen. Because it's like, it just seems like it's like a series of events. But like with Sebastian's case, you don't usually hear of 5 different CPS reports in that amount of time without the kid being removed, because like that is protocol most of the time. Or if you look at like Summer Wells and her brothers, CPS yanked those kids right away from Candace and Dawn, right away from those kids. They did not waste any time. They're like, we're taking them kids, and so I don't know why he was left in that situation. And they would have to, I mean, anybody that meets Chris, it just seems like he gives that vibe off of just having that controlling kind of a jerky attitude. So that's why I'm wondering why they didn't see it. And Freebird says Susan Powell case was why I stopped following missing kids cases. I was up all night crying over it and not getting any sleep. It was devastating. 15 years later, I am now following Sebastian's case. Oh, I know that's the hardest thing. Like it is so hard. And that 911 call was devastating because that the 911 okay, I get really okay, disclaimer. Shout out to anybody who does the 911 operating. Like that is not an easy job. You have to stay on your toes 100%. You know, there are some wonderful people out there that do an amazing job. So I don't want to ever, if anybody's ever watching or listening, I don't ever want them to think that I would bash, them, because those are the good ones that we need to have and that I'm grateful for. Now you have other people like this guy. He was not listening. Like, and some of them don't. And I will like scream at the TV and be like, you're not listening. Cause like they're not listening. And like he was saying, well, what do you mean? Like, what do you, and he didn't understand. And he's like, well, how come you can't go in? And like he was asking her all these silly, crazy questions. And it was just like, oh my God, just stop and listen to this woman. She's trying to tell you what happened and like clear as day, she tells him, I am the social worker. I was coming here for a supervised visit and the boys went ahead of me and he slammed the door in my face. Like she said it clear as day to this guy. But he's like, well, what are you talking about? And like it was so bad. It was like maddening listening to it. It was just like, please listen to her. Oh, thank you, Freebird. Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you so much for being here. And she says, Rich, and all the people that uh, people who can do this all the time, it takes a mental toll on you. It definitely does. That's why Sunday I didn't come on, or Monday I was planning on doing it, but then I'm still unpacking and stuff like that. Like if you could see my couch, it's got like clean laundry, but it's folded, but I just like have to put it up. I have to find places for everything. So today, and a lot of my laundry was sitting in a storage too, or not laundry, but a lot of my clothes was sitting in a storage, and this had like a musty smell to them from sitting in there. And so I had to rewash a lot of stuff. So I've been slowly but surely doing all of that. But yeah, it does. But like Sunday, we went to the beach and that was a really good day. It helped me kind of think about things and I put my phone down for a while. And that was a big thing for me. And then also, I like to swim too. So I will take a swim and um, just be in my own thoughts and feelings for a minute. And it really helps to put things in perspective. Yeah, and then she got his daughter. Yeah, I know. I know. It's just crazy. It's crazy. And that's the thing too, which is it's weird because if you're dealing with state to state, like you would think that Albuquerque would look at the Tennessee records, and I don't know if they are. I don't know. And that was another thing, another one of my theories in a worst case scenario type of a thing. I showed you the JLR the other day where he was down in New Mexico and he was pulling up the records from the court proceedings that were going on at that time between CP and Nina. And they were in an active custody battle. And so it was alleged that Sebastian was supposed to be a witness, not for or against Chris or anything like that, but he was going to be he was going to be asked, and obviously they knew about the CPS reports, so he was going to be asked some questions as to what it was like living around. And I'm not a judge for family court or anything, so I don't know, but it's alleged and it's in my opinion that he was, because I know JLR does his homework, and I know when he was down there to get those records and find out more about what was going on. So with that being said, I really think that that is a very, very strong possibility that Sebastian could have been hurt because Chris knew that he could articulate himself. Chris knew that he was getting sick and tired of the crap, and that he wasn't afraid to tell, because he's told before. And I really, it just, it scares me to death to think that that could really possibly be something that could have triggered the worst case scenario. And I hope I'm wrong. The grandparents should have got full custody, and the judge failed them, boys. I know they were in the custody of the grandparents, and the CPS worker took. And now, just to jump back, guys, and that's what when we're talking about the Susan Powell case, that when they were going over to visit their dad, Josh, they had been taken away by CPS and brought to the grandparents. So they were living with the grandparents, but they were, of course, allowed to see their father on a supervised visit. And oh, it was just awful. It was awful. And they did a psych evaluation on that guy and find out that he was doing some pretty creepy stuff, um, with like cartoon corn and all kinds of weird. I was meeting how you are getting anything else done, but you've been putting in a lot of hours lately. Yes, I know, I'm trying to. That's the thing too. And then I realized, I'm like, oh gosh, I don't have anything like to wear tonight, except for like I had like a couple t-shirts. But then I was like, well, I'll just quick do some laundry. And then I was like cutting it really close, because I was supposed to come on at 8, and then I was like, I gotta move it up to 8:30. Something happened with Rich, and he was like, well, I was like, I'm gonna send you the link. If you can come up, great. If not, you can always come up on another day. Yeah, but it's been crazy, Sandy. And this the time zone change, like I'm still not used to it or something, because like I have gotten a lot more sleep than I usually do, and I don't know if it's just because I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is. But it's like by the time I do go to bed, once I do, I'm like out like a light. It's weird. I'm not used to it. Well, and I also, excuse me, I also wanted to put out like more videos. Like I wanted to do some videos. Like I have one that I'm working on for Monkey Fawn, and I want to um, make the video and post it, and then we could watch it over here or whatever. Like I wanted to keep making videos. They might be shorter, but I really wanted to, oh, how do I say it? I wanted to keep making videos, but I also love doing the lives because we could talk about so much other stuff at once, which I really, really like. No, darn spell check. I know. It's funny how it spells different words that you're not even trying. It's weird because I'll be like, that wasn't even close to what I was typing in. And then Kim French says, how the hell was Faith allowed with uh oh, I think she meant to say like, how the heck was Faith allowed to be around all summer? That's BS in my opinion. Yeah, and I think it was because it was a part of the original parenting plan, is my opinion, or my speculation on that, because I was wondering the same thing too. Like, wouldn't they wouldn't they set up like a supervised situation? See, this is what is hard, because they're out of state. But I would think that the judge would do something more of along a supervised visit sort of thing, knowing that a child went missing from that house. Like that's scary. And then I also thought of it from poor little Faith's perspective. Like she's got to be really scared knowing that because she's old enough to know. And I don't know if they explained it to her or what. I really don't know, but she had to have been a little bit scared to go over there knowing what happened to Sebastian, that they couldn't find him and that he wasn't going to be there. I mean, that was her stepbrother, rather, not her half brother, but her stepbrother. And I would think she would be like extremely worried about him. Like it just seems like in my opinion, that Nina had a really good heart, and stuff, and like cared for Sebastian as um Faith's stepbrother, cared about the little guy. So, I mean, yeah, it's just crazy. I mean, I don't know. Everyone was shocked, Dorothy. Everyone was shocked when that happened. Oh my goodness. It was like, I was too. I was like, I can't believe they're going to allow this. And I was so upset. Like, I just felt so sorry for little Faith. I was like, she's got to be so worried. And then obviously, like, they treated her good, it looked like. I mean, they were spotted, at the Mexican restaurant? They were spotted out at church. Um, so it looked like she had a good time, but I think they just didn't want to disrupt the original parenting plan. And then also Chris was telling the judge that he was cleared, because I did see that in the paperwork that he was telling the judge that he was cleared when he's been trying to tell everybody that he was cleared, though. That was the thing too that was kind of crazy to me. It's like, you've been trying to tell everybody you've been cleared, but we all know you're not. We all know even Seth isn't cleared. So how the heck could you guys be cleared when they haven't cleared Seth? And he's when given the polygraph by the FBI, and those are really really hard to fudge on. And then he produced his time card like through BHB's site. She posted that. So, excuse me, channel, her site, uh, her channel. So she posted that. So it's like, yeah, we all know that he is more accounted for than anybody, and they won't rule him out. They won't vet him out. They won't clear him. Whatever we want, whatever type of word we want to use for that, they're not doing it. So good to see you, Kim. Yes. And Holly S says, I'm afraid for his daughter. He seems unhinged. Yeah, and another thing too, like when Terry Lynn asked him, like, so how do you discipline Faith? Like she straight out asked him, like, how do you discipline Faith? And she's like, do you do it with the belt too? And he's like, yep. And then then he stops, and then he's like, well, no, I don't really do it with the belt, because she's only 7 or whatever. Like I forget how exactly he put it, but he's like, she gets the hand. So he admitted that he will spank her with his hand. And to me, I don't know why, like a little child like that, you can put them in a timeout and they'll have a way worse time, I think. I think all that does is really just make it so they don't trust you and stuff, and then it teaches them to hit too, and the next thing you know they're getting into fights at school and stuff. It just, there's so much stuff that can happen. That was never, I was disciplined like that as a child, but like I would never choose that as a form of discipline, just because I know there's so many different other ways. And like I've babysat for people's kids and stuff like that, and of course you can't put your hands on someone else's kid. You're gonna get in trouble. If you do, good luck, because yeah. But in the same way, there's like there's so many other things that you can do. And like a lot of times, or like even if it's like in a parental situation, you could be like, I'm gonna tell your mom when she gets home. I'm gonna tell your dad, and then they're like, oh no. So I mean, you got to be smarter than a fifth grader. You just got to be smarter than a fifth grader. I'm worried they're going to hide her from Nina. Well, yeah, see, I was worried about that too. I was worried about that. That they might like not want to give her back, because I remember them doing a lot of that kind of stuff to torture her and to scare the living daylights out of her, making her think that she's never going to see her kid again. Um, why they would do that is beyond me. I just don't understand why they would be so mean and hurtful. I mean, and my opinion, I will say this, and I didn't think this way until there was an interview with Katie's really good friend from the military. And I can't remember what her name is off the top of my head. She seemed like a nice girl. Like she was saying good things about Seth. She was saying good things about Katie. She was not bashing anybody. And so I thought that was pretty cool to kind of see somebody that knew them from years ago, even though, and Sebastian too, that was kind of more neutral, but she wanted to come out and talk about it. And if you guys know who she is, definitely drop it here. Um, it's crazier that people take him seriously yeah, and he keeps saying that. I know, yeah. Next time I visit the White House, I will tell Secret Service I'm cleared. Oh my goodness, Rebirth, that's so funny. She's barely around him too. Yeah, I know. That's the thing too. Like, that's what's scary, because especially if she remembers like any of like the backhanding, the beating of the 3-year-old little boy. I don't think she would remember that. But I mean, still, I mean, what if she hears stories about it and stuff? You never know. crazy he has so much support. Oh, they do. They have a lot. I mean, people, like, if I call them the Fee, I get, like, comments left and right. Their name is Bradfoot. I'm like, I'm just saying that to make it easier on myself. I mean, it's kind of awkward to say Proudfoots, in my opinion. So I just say the Fee. And I think that's what people, I mean, a lot of people do that. I think I heard, like, other creators using that too. So I don't think I'm the only one that does it. But there's definitely people that'll go in to the comments and correct that if you say the feet. So Dreaming says, I'm sorry, I don't trust everything Nina says either. Not that I'm defending any, oh, excuse me, I'm sorry. Not that I'm defending anything, but that comment she did to her friend, nah, that's just something that, oh, that's just something there too. So are you talking about the one where she was like really, really giddy and happy and kind of giggling and stuff like that? Because I think I know which one you're talking about. And I thought that was really like, that was odd. I was like, oh boy, don't tell me she's, don't, I thought she was one of the good ones. Okay, so yeah, that was weird. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I mean, I married a guy like Proudfoot, kind of the way that he acts, like the narcissist, right? The malignant narcissist, in my opinion. And I've never, like, if I talk about it, I'm never like really giddy about it. I might make a joke or something because I'm uncomfortable, but like she was extremely giddy, and it was uncomfortable, almost like she couldn't wait to badmouth him, I guess. I don't know if that's kind of what you're getting at too, but I felt like that too. I felt like that video was in really poor taste. Like, how she was acting was not a good thing. And I was like, please, like, two wrongs don't make a right. Don't get excited about, because you never know. People talk smack about people all the time and different things. And so, um, yeah, it was off-putting. I'm not gonna lie. I was like, that was really weird. Um, But I always thought that, like, maybe Katie was jealous of Nina because of that Friends interview. And the reason I say that is because the Friends started blaming Nina and saying that maybe Nina had something to do with Sebastian's disappearance because she wanted, like, to put a wrench in things and be like, hey, Chris is unfit, if that makes sense. And I was like, no, I don't think she did that. I don't think she would do it, but you never know. You never know, you know? Oh, thank you. Thanks, Jensen. Sexy ankles. I love that. Thank you so much. Yeah, I mean, I'm trying so hard to trust my gut. It's hard though, because it seems like all this other information comes out. Hey, Laura, I showed your ornament earlier. Good to see you. I showed your ornament. Hold on. Oh, let's show it again. It's so pretty too. I'm wondering if did you put like glitter on the inside? Because I can see like a little bit of glitter on the inside of the ornament, and it's so cute. Hold on, let me see. Okay, cool. I thought so. I thought so. It looks so cute. It looks so cute. I love it. And I love the little ribbon too. And the star for his. That is so cute. I think those ones are like the best and most fun to use as the clear ornaments, because you can do so much stuff with them, and like you could even turn them into like a little snow globe. I did that with a few ornaments because I made some early before I left Missouri and gave them to my friends and stuff, like they gave them their Christmas presents early. Um, yeah, he definitely gaslights a lot, a lot. You're welcome. Thank you so much for making that for Sebastian. I mean, just adorable, adorable. And I need to get one for my tree back here. I put the green bulbs. I found some green, and then I found this guy. I'm gonna take him off really quick. But he had the green legs. So I was like, okay, I'll put him in front of Sebastian's uh, poster. But um, but yeah, I was just wondering that because I know how hateful they were. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, Laura, definitely. I would love that. I would love that. Thank you. Um, I was just wondering, but now that girl was really, really neutral. It was weird. It was a weird interview. I'd like to play it again. I can't remember who she went on. I think it might have been Queen Bee, but it was one that I haven't really given a whole lot of weight to. But I honestly think that there's a lot in there because, like, granted, she knew them when they were living in California. She was in the Navy with Katie, and they were on the ship together, so they were close. And then she would go over like to their apartment, and they'd go swimming, and like they were close friends. And she seemed like a really nice gal, so I was like, it's nice to kind of get to know who Katie's people are over here too, because we don't really hear from them a lot. Like, I would love to hear from Lori, the lady that was supposedly there over the weekend. I know I keep saying it, but like that would be the one person that I would really like to hear from. Would be that lady. And then just I would like to ask her questions about like her son and Sebastian's relationship. Like, were they best buds? Did they like hanging out, or did they just hang out because the moms were hanging out? Because I had some friends like that where it was like, our kids would get along great, we got along great. But then there was other friends where it was like, okay, our kids don't get along as great, but we get along great. So I was wondering because um I know Sebastian didn't always have the best time, allegedly, when they were when he would go over, say, to the feet, like, or the bow or the socks. Um and I definitely think that, and well, I should say allegedly also, but I think that there was a lot of the teasing was coming from Melissa Proudfoot, and she's like a grown ass woman, so I don't know what the heck she was thinking of, picking on a little kid, in my opinion. I mean, I know he's a teenage boy at this point, or he was on his 15th birthday party, but she was teasing the heck out of that kid, and I could just tell he was sick of her crap, like totally sick of her crap. But again, that's just my opinion. Um, but yeah, I think I might try to find a couple of those clips. Yeah, Sandy, you see, that's what's so sad is like they were mean to him. Like they were, oh, how do I say it? Like they like to tease him, they like to torment him. And like teasing somebody's one thing. I mean, we've all been teased. We've all probably teased somebody. I have close friends of mine who, if they don't tease you, that means they don't like you. But if they tease you, they like you. So I mean, it can be taken in different ways. But I feel like it was done in mean, like it was mean, it was malicious, and that's just my opinion. Especially because like Sebastian wasn't laughing about it; he was annoyed. And Seth had mentioned on Josh's show, The Lab, that he was looking up how to handle bullying. And it makes me wonder if he was looking up handling bullying from all of his family members, because by all accounts, like what Katie said was that he wasn't being bullied at school. Everybody was asking him, or excuse me, asking them. And even on Duchess for the Missing on March 17th, they did an interview with her, the second one they did, and they flat out told her, like, no, he doesn't get bullied at school. And the administrators, Katie said that from her own mouth, that the administrators um, do not condone that they watch over the kids and they make sure they're respectful to each other. And so why was he looking up the bullying? Just my thought on that. And Sandy says Terry Bowersox called him the R word, allegedly, per someone he worked with. See, and that's terrible. And see, and even Terry Lynn flat out asked Chris that, hey, did you ever call him that? And he actually, like, acted like he didn't know what the R word was, and, like, and then he was like, "Oh, you mean, blah, blah, blah," and then she was like, "Hey, wait a minute," how Terry, she's like, "Hold on," like, she's, like, yelling at him, and he's like, don't say that," and but he knew what he was doing, he was being an ass, and you just don't, I don't know, you don't call kids like, that's, ugh, yuck. Yeah, his step family members, yeah. And it is so sad. It is so sad because, like, Sebastian was such a lovey kid. You could tell he just loved other people. He liked to be around people, but I don't think he liked to be around those people at all. Like the way he seemed like he was upset with Melissa um, at that birthday party. It was like he had had enough of the crap, and then when he was playing that game with the pegs where you drop them in, and his peg got stuck at the top, she like started laughing at him instead of being like, "Oh darn, buddy," or something like that, or "Hey, let me help you," or whatever. Like she was acting like a child, and I'm like going, "What is wrong with you? You're supposed to be his aunt." Like I could see if his cousin was doing that to him, but the aunt, that was just odd to me. I didn't appreciate any of that. Um, I just don't think it was very nice at all on her part. Um, and I don't understand that because, like, to me, that's being malicious, not teasing in a fun kind of fun loving way. It's more of like um, just making fun of them. All right. Oop. Hold on. I'll show you guys. Oh, see. Oh my God. It breaks my heart. Okay. And this is why I know that he can articulate himself, and that he would stick up for himself as well. And and watch here. Hold on. Oh. Hmm. He's like Aunt Melissa. Aunt Melissa, like like he's mad. Like quit teasing me. And it looks like a really fun day too. Like it looks like a great time, especially for kids who like to play games. And Katie, you see, Katie even kind of teases him right there, but he doesn't take it wrong. He took it wrong for Melissa, but when Katie was like, "Hey, I'm watching you, me again," shoot, that was fun. That was a fun minute, right? But then the way that Aunt Melissa was being to him, he didn't like it. He knows the difference between somebody healthy competition or somebody teasing him, and that's just my observation. Now that is Aunt Melissa rooting for Hey Sebastian. And I took this. This is courtesy of Facebook. Here it is with the pegs. Aw, poor buddy. It was his birthday. That's his birthday. And see how he's trying to tell Katie something, and then Aunt Melissa zooms in on his face, and like him being upset. Um, and to me, like, why? What are you accomplishing by doing that to him? And you're upsetting him on his birthday. That's the thing that makes me so mad. And then whenever, like, why would any, like, it was so creepy that she zoomed in on them right when he was probably being like, "Hey mom, Aunt Melissa's teasing me and she won't stop," is what my guess is. I'm not sure, but it's like, I just can't believe. One day someone will check CP. If not down here, he will be standing before. Yes, exactly. He's going to be standing before God one day and have to give an account. Yeah, absolutely. And like in the beginning, when I first started my channel and I was doing the videos and stuff, I was like, hey, knock it off. Like, stop calling him names. Stop saying about how he uses the bathroom. Stop. Knock it off. Like, why are you doing that kind of thing? Like, that's not fair to him. I don't understand. I just don't get it. Yeah, they do have that mentality, Forever Nikki's mom. For some reason, it's like, and I mean, I guess if that's the dynamic, but I don't see them like teasing each other per se. Like, why is it always teasing somebody? It's like, pick on someone your own size. Pick on somebody your own size. Why are you choosing somebody that's um 15 years old to pick on? But I just found that to be interesting, and I know that's an older video. I know people have seen it a million times. But I just feel like it's something that should really be considered um when we're talking about Sebastian. And like, Smiley had posted today on her channel, and she had posted that she doesn't believe that Sebastian ran away. And I said, I don't believe he did either, but I think he had a bunch of reasons to run away. But I don't think he ran away. Um, and like, that would be one reason why I would think he would want to run away, is that he was being teased and stuff like that. Like, he was being um like, he was being mistreated in a lot of ways. And then also, like, with the getting in trouble thing, like, he seems like he was always in trouble. Um, One reason why I think, maybe because I found it really curious too in the Roadhouse footage, when they're sitting there, Katie's playing with her phone the entire time. I mean, there's a point in time where she's not, but for the majority of the video, it seems like Katie's messing with her phone. But then Sebastian's just sitting there, like, with nothing. He doesn't have his cell phone. So I was thinking, maybe, and then Seth said it was sitting on the counter, being charged when he came in that morning, and he saw he came in, he saw it sitting on the counter. And so it just makes me wonder if, like, he was grounded from his phone that day, or if, like, how come he didn't have his phone? I thought that was really odd, especially if Katie's going to sit there the entire dinner on her phone. Why didn't she allow him to have his phone? I just thought that was weird. Um, but I could be wrong. I could be wrong. But it was just weird that he didn't have his phone on him. And Freebird says, yes, I was just about to say, bring back the saying, pick on someone your own size. It's true, though. It's like, why are you picking on somebody younger than you? And then also, like, I don't know. It's just intimidating, especially like, oh, Freebird, I wanted to show that video. I wanted to show that video and put it in perspective for people, because I think they did a great job on that video, of the little boy and his mom, um, and how it feels to be in a crowded mall and have autism. Let's see. Hmm, let's see. It's somewhere in here. Ah, there we go. I thought this was so good. And I like the title too. It says, "Can you make it till the end?" So we got that one to play. And she said, that bugs me. Yeah, it does me too. They didn't say they didn't want their kids playing on their phones all day, and then here's the parent doing that exact same thing, in my opinion. Yeah, and that was what was so weird to me, Because it's like, if you're gonna sit on your phone, then how come he can't sit on his phone? Or like maybe, which they never mentioned this. They said he only had access to like the calculator and whatnot. But how come he couldn't like sit and play a game like, I like to play like those gardenscapes or whatever, like the matching game on my phone. And so like that's something that I do to relax. And I was wondering if, maybe he liked to play some games. Like he had a couple of apps downloaded. How come he couldn't just sit there and play his game while they waited for food? Like, especially if she's not going to conversate with him or, um, seemingly pay attention to him. Yeah, Dorothy thinks that he was carried out. Yeah, and that's very, very possible because they were saying he didn't have any shoes on. So, yeah, I'm just curious to know about the shoes he was wearing that night. Like, did they find them at the house? Were they missing? Um, did Katie switch shoes with her son? And that's why the dogs were unable to really find a proper scent. Um, yes, the autism one. Yes, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Because that really helps people understand like how it can be for kids in the situation where it's a very crowded place. Um, because a lot of people don't understand. Um, I mean, obviously, I don't either, so that it was really eye-opening for me. But also, it's just kind of like, because you might see a kiddo out and they're having a meltdown, but people don't understand why, and a lot of times it is because they're overstimulated because they have so much coming at them at once. It's yeah, it's overwhelming. And you know then if for other people it looks like they might just be acting up or throwing a fit or something like that. And that's another, that kind of brings me back to, like, what if they were making it out to be like he just needed this whole behavior program that he really didn't even need? It was just the fact that he was being overstimulated and overdoing it, so it's very confusing. But I really hope, I don't know, I guess I just hope they find him. I just hope they find him. Okay, let me go ahead and play this for you guys. And this is all in the perspective. This is from the National Autistic Society. So definitely go over and sub up there. That's his mom.
I'm not naughty. I'm autistic. And I just get too much information.
Isn't that so sweet though? He says, I'm not naughty. I just have too much information coming in at once. I mean, and that's what that's what makes me so worried about what could have happened to Sebastian, like in terms of them putting him in a place. Aw, Sandy, yeah. I've never seen it either. I was like, wow, this is really cool. Because like it really puts it into perspective. Yeah, Candy Crush at a doctor's appointment. Exactly. Exactly. Yeah, because it's like boring. And then also they've been together all day. The least you could do is give him a phone and he can play a game on there. And so Freebird says to watch the Temple Guardian or Temple Grandin movie played by Claire Danes. I love Claire Danes, but I will need some motion sickness pills if I do. I probably still have Dramamine from living in the Ozarks because it's all hills and curves over there. And if I get in the car and you're on the hills and curves, it's something else. It can be kind of crazy. I'm gonna grab a water really quick, you guys. I'm sorry. I had my coffee, but I need to grab a water. Whoop. Okay. Alrighty. Sorry about that, guys. So yeah, I mean, I just wonder. It really makes me wonder if perhaps they were making Sebastian's like if he did, because I know in the beginning a lot of people were asking that too, like even Smiley, she was asking questions like, hey, does he have meltdowns often? Is it something that causes issues and stuff like that? And they didn't make it seem like anything like that. The very first interview with the news affiliate, when Chris was and Katie were interviewed in their house, and he was wearing the mint colored t-shirt or mint colored collared shirt. He was saying that Chris was saying Sebastian is not a mischievous child. He doesn't that he's a good kid, that he doesn't run or wander, all of these different things. And then we find out that they were looking to put him into a home, and I don't understand. I know there's been a lot of speculation on some information that was given to Cletus and Clue, but I have not went over any of that. Like, I haven't had a chance to really look it over. I try not to go over to those channels a whole lot, but if I know that there's information out, I will, because what else can you do if that's who they're choosing to give information to? Then I really don't have a choice but to go over there and look, especially if it's coming straight from the parents, and I think that's the hardest part in this case, is that I'm trying to listen to what the parents are saying. I'm very interested to hear what any and all the parents are saying. I don't, you know, if one parent, if the Proud Feet this weekend, um, set up like a vigil for Sebastian, I would show it on my channel. I'd be like, hey, they're doing the vigil. I'm really happy for them. That's awesome. Keep going, great. It's about time, like, whatever. But to me, it's like they haven't done anything besides just kind of like put out all these little crazy tidbits of information. Then you got SF Investigates putting out those 4 photos and just trying to be like, it's nothing to see here. That just makes you look 10 times guiltier, in my opinion. Not that they are. Everybody's, innocent until proven guilty. But when they do things like that, it just looks bad. It doesn't look good. It looks like they are trying to hide something. And I don't know why somebody that's as seasoned as SF is interested in doing that. I just know that maybe he wanted to be involved in the case, and that was the only way he could have been, by what would be like by befriending the feet. They also reached out to another guy, a YouTuber, But he's also like a retired police officer, FBI, something to that effect. Really smart guy. I really enjoyed his videos. I subscribe to him. He doesn't let anybody comment. Like his comments are always turned off in all of his videos. So it's kind of odd, but he had some really good insights on things, and so I really enjoyed it. I liked watching what he had to say. He's on some sort of like maybe investigation discovery, one of those channels, and he has an upcoming show or something where they track people down. I don't really even know. But he seems like he's really knowledgeable, and I enjoyed his perspective. I wish that he would have helped out a little bit more with Sebastian's case because he's definitely qualified. But I know that Chris and Katie reached out to him and asked for help. So, I mean, that's a good thing. But I don't know what they're trying to accomplish still besides just slinging mud to the other side, in my opinion, like when it comes to SF Investigates. And I know he did a lot to mishandle Kylie Rodney's case. I mean, a lot of people did a lot of stuff with the Kylie Rodney case. I don't think they really probably should have, but uh, again, that's just my opinion. Freebird says, 5 CPS reports. Do you think the school was ready to do something and they needed to hide him? In my opinion, can the school do anything? Just speculating. I know. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what permissions or what they would be able to have in terms of, yeah, exactly. Dorothy says yes, and then Holly S says, how many CPS reports does it take? That is a great question. I don't know how many CPS reports it takes, because I would think like after they had a sit down with all the parents and they were like, hey, we're gonna need we're trying to find Sebastian a place, or maybe when Seth was like, hey, Clarksville is all filled, we're waiting on this waiting list to get him into this program. I don't know why they wouldn't have just temporarily placed him in Seth's care. I don't know. Because to my knowledge, none of the 5 CPS reports were like had anything to do with anything that was going on in Seth's house. So I would think that they would place Sebastian immediately with him, or possibly with the next family member. But of course, Grandma Robin lives all the way in Texas. So, I mean, they wouldn't be able to place him really with her. But I would think that they would just try to get him out of there as soon as possible. And maybe they were, but 5 is a heck of a lot. Texas, it only takes 1. Holly, yeah, it should only take 1 time, especially if they find something's up. So maybe like the first time they were able to play it off, but then like the second time they were like, oh, wait a minute, something is going on here. I don't know, but I would think like maybe if the first one was unfounded and they were able to skate past it, but then when you get a second and a third, I mean, you would think that they would. In my opinion too, is a lot of times these kids don't get taken away because they have a lot of special needs that need to be met. And as sad as it is, I've seen it happen before, where they will not take the kid because of the fact that they have all these special circumstances they're dealing with. And it's very hard to find a foster family that would be maybe not even willing to do it, but like would be capable of meeting his needs. Also, with children with autism, and I know, a lot of you know about autism and have relatives and family members and children that have this diagnosis. Um, they like routine. And so when their routine is mixed up, like even us, the smallest things, sometimes even the smallest little difference, like the type of French fry that they like, they wanted to be a certain kind. So um, say their favorite was waffle fries, that's what they're expecting and that's what they want. And so if they don't get that type of a fry, don't try to give them shoelace fries. Don't try to give them the crinkle cut, the swirly ones. Don't try to do that because they're going to be upset. They're going to have a meltdown. And it just depends on like the severity and then how much also the therapies that they've been able to go through and things like that. But I think that's another reason why they will leave the child in there longer, is because they don't want to disrupt the child's routine. And then also it's very difficult to find placement even when it's temporary, because they're trying to, it's like a catch-22 or like a double-edged sword. They're trying to keep this kiddo, maintaining their routine and what they're used to, and they don't really want to take the kids away from the family members. But in the same way, they're not thinking about the best interest of the kids. They're maybe their intentions and their hearts in the right place, but as we can see in this case, now all of a sudden he's missing, and we haven't seen hide or hair of him in almost 10 months. Nobody has the sightings and everything. SF Investigates claims that they have 80 hours of footage from the neighborhood. I would love to see it. If they're so fast with just throwing this information out, how come they haven't shown it? So I'm curious. I mean, I'm curious. Freebird says there was allegedly a school meeting before he disappeared. Yeah, so there was allegedly that school meeting before he disappeared where they were throwing Seth under the bus for everything. And then, of course, like what I read earlier with the Kathy Bowersox information, or excuse me, posts that she posted to Facebook, it definitely seems, and again, I could be wrong, but like she was very defensive, and she was basically saying, like, blaming Seth and saying he's money hungry and he's grifting and everything like that, which, I mean, that is open to speculation. I understand um, that some people may feel that way. I mean, nobody's perfect, and I don't think anybody should be like portrayed in just like the best light ever over another parent. But in this situation, it's very difficult because I can feel how sad Seth is, how he's searching for his son. He's searching. It's just a completely different it's a completely different ball game when you look at the two parents. And so I really have to make sure that I try to stay neutral in this situation, but it is extremely hard, especially because I know that he wasn't going over to his dad's house and being teased the way he was with his step dad. So Freebird says, yep, exactly. We just got our son to eat sandwiches, but it got some condensation on the bread and the bread got wet. He freaked out. Oh no. I know exactly. Like, I mean, see, that's the thing, like the littlest thing. And most kids wouldn't it wouldn't really bother them, but like that really bothered him. It sounds like, the poor guy. He's like, heck no, I don't want this anymore. Like, what happened to my, like, he probably thought his sandwich was ruined at that point. Like, he's like, nope, don't want it anymore. Which, I mean, I'm picky, but so I understand that. But poor guy, oh gosh. And that's what's hard, and what if they're with somebody who doesn't understand them, and then they're put in more harm's way, like somebody that um that doesn't know how to handle that, and then they're something little like that happens, and then the person overreacts or doesn't know how to fix it, and then the child is ultimately the one who's suffering in that situation even more. The caregiver probably is too, because they're dealing with the meltdown, but really in the end of the day, it's like, it's about the kiddo. But yeah, if he's having a situation where something that he's not used to or something that he doesn't like, And then it can be looked at like negatively as a behavioral issue too. And then he's getting disciplined for it when really he, again, like that little boy said it perfectly. He's not naughty. He has autism. He has to be um, helped in a different manner, instead of it being, um, yeah, like it can be misconstrued really, really, really fast. So I think that might be why they really try to keep these kiddos with their family members, um, and individuals too. So it could be even like an older child that's maybe in their 20s, um, something like that. But gosh, if they're being mistreated, it just sounds like we need better programs in place, and like we need more people to step up to the plate that have the background and that can really like be able to take these children in an emergency situation. And I think that would help tremendously if there was somebody who was familiar with it, or if they had a child that was autistic too, or so they're used to it. I think that would help tremendously. And it would maybe curb some of this, just leaving the kid with the parents, because the parents know how, know them best, and everything. Because I understand both. I really do. Um, and then Dorothy says, I think KP uh, hated Seth. In her opinion, go back and listen to CP. And he said, him and Seth talk, not KP and Seth. Big red flag there. Yeah, I agree. I agree with that because, um, yes, I remember, and I also remember that it was like they, it was Seth and CP, and they would talk, and then Katie was kind of just like in the background. So like she might have been home whenever Seth would go out and pick up Sebastian for his weekend and things like that, but they didn't communicate. It was mostly Chris and Seth, to my knowledge, especially according to like CP. Um, I think that I think there was a lot of issues with Katie and Seth and the divorce, and I think it was a bitter divorce rather than more, which is more common than the people that are like, "Oh yeah, we get along great. We're best co-parents ever." When people do that, I like commend them and I look up to them and I'm like, "Good job," because it's very difficult because a lot of people's feelings get hurt in the divorce. I can definitely see Seth was hurt over the divorce, is what I could gather. Um, yeah, and I don't know. I think Sebastian was probably the one that suffered the most, and that's what happens usually is the kids suffer more than the adults do. The adults almost start acting like kids, and then um, the kids are who suffers more than anybody. And that's just my opinion. And then also I've been divorced too, and it wasn't a nice divorce. So um, I'm very aware of kind of what can happen, and then the family courts don't really make things very easy because they're almost set up for the tit for tat, or who's going to get custody, or who's going to pay child support, and who's going to do this, and when's the kid going to be here, when really it should always be, just in my opinion, 50-50, split down the middle, everything. And then nobody complains, nobody, blah blah blah. It's a different time too, where women can work and stuff like that and support themselves and things like that. So I think sometimes the child support factor, I don't know if the child support factor plays in here. I did think that in the beginning. Um, I was thinking like maybe they didn't want to have to pay Seth. They okay, so one of my original theories would have been, okay, maybe they didn't want to pay Seth, but they didn't want Sebastian in the home anymore. So they were fine with him moving in with Seth, but they didn't want to have to pay the child support. And, that's just me looking at it from, maybe watching too much Dateline or something like that, because like usually, money is a motive that's old as time. Like we've seen that over and over and over again with these cases. So it's it just made me curious to know, like, maybe they realized that they would have to start paying Seth. I don't know if he was paying Katie anything. I don't know anything about that. Um, but what I do know is it can get pretty bitter when it comes to the child support thing, and that's what it made me wonder if that was a factor in this case. But then again, Chris and Katie aren't really hurting for money. So then I was like, well, maybe not. Um, but you know, it's it's just one of those things where it's kind of like in the back of my mind. But it always made me wonder, like, yeah, that's weird. I don't know. For me, I wouldn't mind talking to my ex's like wife about things, because sometimes that's more of a respect thing, especially for women. Like we'll talk to each other so that way there's no question about if somebody's flirting or whatever behind people's back, or that sort of thing. um but in this but what the point of what the comment there that we read and kind of got us on the subject. Yeah, I think it's a strong possibility that they really didn't like each other, and so that's why you know Chris was like, "Hey, I'll talk to Seth because when you guys talk, it doesn't go well." Or maybe it was the fact that they couldn't like come to an agreement, and it was just easier that way, which is smart co-parenting. Like that would be a good way to combat that. Like if Katie absolutely didn't want to talk to Seth, or he absolutely didn't want to talk to her, but could get along better with you know Katie, or get along better with Chris, and Chris and Seth work together, then that's fine. But I always found that to be a little bit odd, and just wondering, because in the first couple interviews they made it seem like there was a really good relationship between the three of them, but then as things unfolded we realized that there wasn't the best relationship between the three of them. And then ultimately, I believe the GoFundMe was a point of contention. Chris wanted them to get rid of the GoFundMe, and Seth didn't want to get rid of it. Like he was like, "Hey, my sister set it up," and then allegedly Chris Proudfoot said some unsavory or maybe rude, hateful things to Seth's sister, and then Seth got upset, and that whole thing kind of blew up, um, for lack of a better way to put it. But yeah, and again, there's another money motive. It's like there's money involved, and then people get hateful with each other. And like I've heard Chris say on several different interviews, like, I have to get up and work tomorrow. I don't have a GoFundMe. Like, and he says it in like a very kind of bitter way. Like, I don't have a GoFundMe, so I can't just, you know, so, but then again, I could always argue back to that point and say, well, when was the last time you searched? Because if you're working, you say you don't have any time to search, okay, you're working. But I think the reason the GoFundMe was set up originally was to help Seth because he was searching. And then I think also, like, as we're fast forwarding through, it was helping him to be able to stay off of work and search. And then he had the shoulder stuff going on, and there's all these other things. But yeah, I mean, I feel like it was a jealousy thing too. Like, basically saying like, oh, I can't take off work because I don't have anybody giving me money. Like, but then again, people were feeling like they should give to Seth because he was out there searching. So I just, I don't know. It's odd. I think that should be the last of Chris's worries, would be the GoFundMe. Like, to me, that wouldn't even bother me. Like, I wouldn't care, because I guess it just doesn't matter to me. But it mattered to them. And I don't think it had anything to do with Sebastian's safety, because I remember that I think it was alleged that um, Chris said something like, if something bad happens to Sebastian, the blood's on your hands, to Seth's sister. I think he said something to that effect, like, because the police originally, and I do believe that the police probably did say something to to both of them, to both parents, I think they did, because Chris said that when he brought the GoFundMe up to the police officers, they told him, don't do it. Like, don't talk to the media, don't search, don't do a GoFundMe. And the reason that they said don't do the GoFundMe is because it could jeopardize the thoughts of the public, thinking that it was like a money grab, which I can definitely understand that. I mean, it seems like the GoFundMes start out, and this is just, I've seen this in a couple different cases. It seems like the GoFundMes start out as like this great idea and this great like push for the public to do something good for somebody else, and that it's from their heart. But then um, there's also a lot of speculation involved with other people, and if people find out that the money was spent in a different way than it was originally planned to spend it, they get really upset. I mean, completely understandable. But then also you get a lot of speculation with that too. Like, are they spending the money? Like, look how much they've made. And, I've seen that with a lot of cases lately where it's like people really put the families through the ringer because they started a GoFundMe. So I think it's definitely a double-edged sword. It's not something that I would have started very quickly. I think if something like that would happen, I think it's a good idea to wait at least a week. And if nothing has happened in a week, then maybe start up that GoFundMe. I don't know what Seth's financial situation is, and I do know that if like my brother or my sister or any of my family members needed me to do that for them, I would do it for them in a heartbeat. Or if I saw the need for them to have that, I would do it in a heartbeat. Like, no questions asked. So that's just my opinion there. But it just seems like money was, see, and that was another thing that I kind of felt like money was a factor in. Yeah, see, exactly, Freebird. See, that's exactly what I was thinking. Like, whenever money is, excuse me, whenever there is money, people fight and step on each other. Exactly. And that's the thing. Like, when that was introduced, I feel like that was a major riff with them, because Seth was going over to the house and kind of trying to get information, and then he was going out and searching and going up to the command post and or the command center and getting kicked out and doing the different things. But absolutely, like, it seems like whenever the money is introduced in this situation, it can really tear people up, and it can make people kind of speculate in a not so nice way. And a lot of times I've noticed that, like, it's not even the people necessarily that have given to the fund. It's more like people that are just like speculating and being like, well, look at this, they made $50,000 in 2 weeks or whatever. And that's probably an exaggeration, but just as an example. Or say, like, in the last 3 months they've made $20,000. Like, where'd all that money go? And it just gives a reason for people to speculate and um, to hate in a sense. Um, because and my thing is like, if I give to a thing, I don't even think of that as being my money anymore. I'm not too worried about it. But I haven't I have no I've not really given to a whole lot of causes that I've regretted. So I mean, I don't know, maybe there's some regret from some people that have given to the fund. I'm not sure. I'm really not sure. um but either way, yeah, I don't know, it's just very, very hard to kind of come up with everything. I would really like to um kind of put together a better timeline of events, but it's so hard because like whenever I've tried to do that, like I've written down like all the interviews so I know all the dates of the interviews that they've had. Um like mostly when it comes to Chris and Katie. I've watched Seth's interviews and things like that, but I also didn't pay as close of attention to them when it came to kind of trying to kind of um, oh, how do I put this? Like debunk different things because he stayed pretty consistent, and I haven't found too many instances where like I would side eye something that something that he said or put out there. Um, I think that some of the things that maybe he's said have been taken maybe a little bit out of context, but I also don't think it's been anything really horrible. Um, I don't know. It just seems like a kind of a different. And then also, I think I would examine Seth's interviews more had he been the last one to be with Sebastian. So, like, if it happened at his house and Sebastian went missing from his house, I would definitely be looking more into his interviews. But the fact that it happened at Katie's house, mm, that's why I kind of look more into her interviews, and then also, you know, Chris leaving and doing that 17-hour trip just to go and get his fifth wheel and bring it back. That really made me wonder. Oh, Freebird, which one is it? You said who, Seth or CP? I'm sorry. It was probably something I said that you're asking about and now I don't even know. Oh my goodness. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. And like I said, I do believe that. And you know what I found to be really ironic too was the fact that like Chris is the one asking the police if they should do a GoFundMe. Is that because he was wanting to do the GoFundMe, or oh, Seth has an alibi. KP is the only one who does not. Right. Yeah, I feel like if anything that Katie is the only one that doesn't have an alibi. I think that Seth and CP do, because if we're to believe that CP was at work, all the way out in Memphis, and he has like a 3.5 hour. I mean, I know people have driven it in less time, but let's just give him that much, is that it's a 3.5 hour ride or drive. Um, and like Chloe PI came out and said that she was able to verify his alibi, but then we have Silvers on the Scene that has come out and said that it can't be verified. And also, I believe there were some people from uh, Chris's work that confirmed that to a couple different sources as well. That he was, that the start time that he gave wasn't accurate. That, um, you know, or the fact that he couldn't have his earbud in and be talking to Katie at the same time as he was operating the crane, because he wasn't even in the crane yet at 6 in the morning or 6:20 or even 6:30. And so that was all speculated on. And Dorothy says, nice channel, gotta go to bed, can't wait to see the next one. Oh, great, Dorothy, thank you so much for being here. And you have sweet dreams. I appreciate you coming over and supporting the channel. Thank you. You were talking about his voice and was not sure which. I was talking about his voice. Oh, Sandy says, but who is CP's alibi for Sunday night? I know. See, I don't know. See, okay, so when Chloe came out on Web Sleuths and she said that it was verified by maybe, I think it was one of the neighbors at the campsite that told her that she saw that told Chloe that they saw CP's truck and everything there at the campgrounds around 10:30 p.m. And then she had verified that he was at work that morning. So, yeah, I mean, it's weird because I don't see, and that's when like Silvers came out, and I believe right before that it was Terry and Justin that did it too, that were saying, hey, look, there's coworkers of Chris's saying that they didn't start when he says they did and all that different stuff. So it's very, I mean, I think it's hard to verify his out. I wish that he would have come out and told people or showed a time card or just showed a receipt. Like, it just takes one little receipt. If you have it, just show it and be like, hey, I was working. This is where I was, you know? Um, I just don't know why they refuse to do that, but yet they're so argumentative. And then Seth just goes ahead and shows his whole time card, you know? So I'm like, okay. Freebird says, I remember the Silvers on the Scene interview CP's coworkers, and that the coworker said he was late, allegedly. See, yes. Yes, exactly. And so that's another thing that threw me off. And like, apparently he wasn't very well liked at work. Apparently he wasn't very, I mean, he was the same old person that we've witnessed in the interviews. He doesn't change how he is he isn't like sweet as pie or anything. It's not like and it's not like the coworkers said he was just the nicest guy they've ever met or whatever. Like he was sweet at work or and it's a rough trade. I mean, when you're in construction and different things like that, usually guys are kind of they're not very nice to each other and whatnot. It could be kind of rough, but it was more or less they were saying like Chris isn't a very nice person at all to deal with, on the regular. And Freebird says, oh, and then there's Kathy B. Yeah. Where was she at? And allegedly she was spotted at the market, in my opinion. Yeah. So she was spotted allegedly at Worsham's that morning. And that's what I was thinking, that it might have been her that took the trash out and then Terry came and picked her up. And that's who we saw in the 3 a.m. video with the lights. Like, Katie was with Terry and Terry came up and came in, went and got Kathy, and then the one light source that went back was Katie, and that's how she ended up back in the house. And then when she left in the morning, she might have went over and switched cars with Kathy B. And that's just one of the theories that I believe may have uh, played a big role in what happened, was that they kind of switched everything up, and so that way they could have that alibi of Katie being on the phone with Chris from 9 o'clock until midnight. Then midnight they tell that he tells her go to bed, da 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 da. um but that's just my opinion, because I mean, it would make sense, but then that would mean that Sebastian never did make it home that night. And then Sandy says chlamydia played an audio on some drunk guy that's his alibi. Oh no. Oh my gosh. I need to go find that. If you have if it was on a live or something, if you wouldn't mind emailing it to me, I would love to see it, because I need to really catch up on some of the things they're saying on that side, because apparently it's heating up on both sides. I just haven't had a chance, um, because for the most part, I don't follow the other, stuff. So when I see it, it's usually going to be like somebody sends it to me, or I might see it on like one of the regular channels. Sometimes I see stuff on Justin, sometimes I'll see stuff on Dolly. Sometimes it just depends. It kind of just depends, whatever kind of piques my interest. And then Sandy says, I can send, okay. And then, oh gosh, see, I didn't even read the one below it. She says, I can send you the clip. I sent the audio clip to Nick the Hat, and he responded right away. Interesting, thanks. Oh, that's cool, Sandy. All right, so he responded right away. That's good. That's good to know. I'm glad. Because, see, that's another thing that I was worried about is like people not responding back to certain things, like maybe even as far as like law enforcement, because I know they were saying that they follow up on credible leads, but what do they deem credible? They didn't say that they follow up on all leads. They said they only follow up on credible leads. So I'm glad that someone's, not that that one isn't credible, but like not the one that you're saying isn't credible. It's just like what do they deem to be credible? So I'm glad that like at least one side is interested in following up on everything. And I'm not saying that the police don't, but just from what they've said, that leads me to believe that they only follow up on certain leads. I got to sign off shortly. Bedtime for me soon. Yes, I know. I'm gonna have to sign off too shortly. I didn't realize we were on here for almost 3.5 hours. And I'm trying to do more morning lives. Oh my gosh. But then I was like, I realized that I was not gonna be able to do it. And so I was like, okay, let's just do it later on in the day. And I moved it up a little bit even so, because I wanted Rich to be on, but then I know something came up for him again tonight. So but of course, I'm going to have to just say that he does not want to debate me. So, and I'm only teasing. Um, yeah, see, I will definitely play it for you guys tomorrow. Oh yeah, so it's going to be just my channel name without the apostrophe. So Lady Freedom's Raw Narratives at gmail.com. I try to make it as easy as possible, but my name's so damn long that thank you so much. No favorite. Awesome. Thank you. Yeah, I will definitely play it. I will definitely play it. Let's see. Yeah, and I have that email already set up and everything. Hot damn. Yeah, I thought that was so interesting too. Like just the little chest plate that he had to wear. And um you could tell in this picture he does not look like he's happy about having to wear this. He's like, really? Like, I don't know. I don't know Sebastian, but like, look at his little face in that one. He's like, not liking this at all. But I could be wrong. But that was just my first take on like the way his little face was in that. Like, this is the last time I'm wearing this thing. And I mean that it's got to be a lot to get used to too, because like even any type of a brace, like I had to wear a knee brace for a little while and realized realized that I didn't like, it's uncomfortable. I sprained my ankle too really bad one time. I like rolled my ankle really bad and I had to be on crutches, and that was like the most uncomfortable thing because like anytime you had to move around anywhere, you had to be on these crutches, and it was like this stinks. So like I can completely understand why Sebastian wouldn't want to wear that chest plate. I would just bribe him and be like, okay, well, if you wear it, you know, this many times this week, then we'll do something fun at the end of the week. But if you don't wear it, we can't do it or something, just to kind of incentivize him to want to wear it. But okay, great. Let's see. YouTube clip. Okay, okay. What's the name of the video on YouTube? Because if I click that link, it'll bring me right to YouTube. And I think it'll kick me off of here. Hmm. Lions, tigers, and roommates. Oh my. Let's see. Lions, tigers. Okay, there we go. Lions, tigers. Oops. Oh gosh, it's bringing me to just Wizard of Oz stuff. And this eating a pumpkin, this guy. Let's see. Let me see if I can't click it, but it might. I sent it to you in email. Okay, if you want to check the link. Oh, okay, awesome. Yes, thank you. Let me see. Didn't end up on my spam, did it? Spam folder. No. I haven't gotten it, Sandy. Let me see if I can go and click. Oh, it won't let me click that one either. Dang it. I know. I'm having technical difficulties too, though, because I tried to mod Forever Nikki's mom, and I can't mod her. I can't even mod her. Yeah, and I just tried to pull down and refresh this one. Let's see. And if I go to YouTube, see, I can't even pull up. It doesn't say anything about. Here, you know what I could do? I bet you what I could do is go to her page. Let's see. Wakey, eggs, and bakey. Channel preview. And I don't see. Was it Clue? Oh, it's the email failed. Sorry, your email is doing so dang long. I know. Sorry. Good night, Freebird. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you. Okay, let me see if I can't email you first. And then. And I'll definitely read it tomorrow too when I come on live, Freebird. That way. Or we can play it again. Let me go to. I'm going to send you one then, Sandy, and then that way. Sometimes it does that. Like, I don't know why, but my email can be kind of wacky, and I don't know why. Yahoo. That's a Yahoo. There we go. There we go. And clip. And all right, thank you. All right. There we go. Okay, that should have sent. I don't know why it does that sometimes. And I try to check my spam too, because I was thinking maybe it ended up in my spam folder, but. Okay, thank you, Sandy. That's great. It's a pain in the rump. Being a pain anyway. Yeah, and I'm definitely working on getting a laptop so I don't have to like so I can actually like share my screen, share it, and then I could like go into there and also be able to um what was I trying to say? Like so I can just share my screen and I could go into like YouTube and type in whatever I wanted and then it'll show it. Because I had it working okay the other day, but that other laptop is so old that it gives me a lot of trouble. Like it wouldn't let me do it with the both windows. Like one window was working, then the other one wouldn't. That's so weird, Sandy, because I sent it, or I sent you an email. I sent you an email, but I don't know. Oh gosh, I just saw one from. I don't know why it's not working, Sandy. It's being a pain in the rump. We might just have to do it tomorrow, which is probably a good idea. Um, to do it tomorrow. And then that way I can you type your email address? Oh yeah, I probably could. I probably could. Hold on, let me see. Mm. Yeah, Lady Freedom's Raw Narratives at gmail.com. Yeah, that's it. That's so weird because Rich said he sent me something too and it failed. I don't know why. Let me see. More. If I do post a comment. Ah, there we go. Okay. Um, there we go. Chat. There we go. Let's see if that works. Oh, sorry. That's my bad. Let's switch this thing up. If I put it just right in here, I'll click on it. There we go. Oh, there we go. Yeah, and it should go right to me, but what was it? Rich was sending me something. He's like, it keeps failing. I got a mail demon. And I'm like, oh gosh. Like, that's weird. I don't know why either, because like I have it pulled up. Were you able to click on the email that I sent to you? I wonder if that would work. Like if you click on that one and then send it through. Because I just sent you one, so now it should recognize the email, if anything, I would think. This tech stuff has been a pain in the butt, though, and I'm trying to get the hang of all of it, but for some reason, it's been doing that lately. Okay, I tried to go back. I tried to go out and then back in again. All right. Oh, I can't find your email. Huh. I know. Tried to look in the spam folder, and I'm like, what the heck? All right. Let me try this. 2SS. S. Okay. Okay. It just said it sent. So you should be getting it any second now. Oh, goodness sakes, I better make sure I have the right one. Yes. Yes, ma'am, I got it. Actually have a Yahoo account too, but I haven't used it in so long. I don't even think I would know what the password is or anything on it. Because I'm wondering if it was because it was Gmail or Yahoo to Gmail or Gmail to Yahoo, but still, I don't think that shouldn't matter. This shouldn't matter at all. Oh, possibly. Let me see. I'll post a comment. Oh. Oh. Mm-hmm. Okay, I know what you're talking about now. Let me look. If I can go in. Oh. If I can go in here, here, go here, view channel, live. Mm-hmm.
Now, without further ado,
Oh my gosh, you were a genius. Thank you. They just drop F-bombs left and right.
Do you guys hear that? Let me slow it down.
Oh, good Lord.
On Sunday, right? That Sunday, I was able to put his fucking shirt on the trailer. I left on my holiday at 8 o'clock at night. I got back at 11:30 from the fucking bar. He was still there at midnight. He was on the fucking job site at 5:15 in the morning. On Sunday. I'll do it one more time. On Sunday, right? That Sunday, I was able to put his fucking shirt on the trailer. I left on my holiday at 8 o'clock at night. I got back at 11:30 from the fucking bar. He was still there at midnight. He was on the fucking job site at 5:15 in the morning.
Golly.
In the morning. What the person is saying, I know it's a little hard to understand, but, I'm not trying to, out nobody.
Why was he on, a voice changer thing?
Y'all know some of these bitches on these streets would be all, I know that voice. You know what I mean? So basically the conversation is saying, let me tell you something. That Sunday, I told him to put the fucking skirt on his trailer. I left out, I think on my Harley.
That's his alibi.
Or maybe that's not what he said. I don't know. That part is hard to understand. Went to the bar, came back, 11:30, he was still there. He was on the job site at 5:15 the next
Doing
morning.
what, though? Doing what on the job site at 5:15? What was he doing?
Just saying. Very, very, very credible source and person.
You won't catch me showing up that early.
Not
ever.
Talking about one Seth Rogers, okay? Mrs. W, sorry about that. Happy Cluniversary. Let's go. Where? Huh? I'm sorry, guys. Candace and Prime, welcome to the Clue Crew. TN, I think that's Mama.
I would love to find this guy. I would love to find this guy and find out what is going on here for real. Because the thing is, was that all of it? Momo, three boys. OMG, I forgot about Clue putting this bullcrap out. I mean, I don't know why. Okay, here's my deal. And maybe I'm just not a go-getter. It could be very possible. But like I am not showing up for work an hour and 45 minutes early. I mean, I might show up 15 minutes early, but I'm not going to show up even a half hour early. Like most of the time I'm still trying to get a Starbucks in line or do something else, a coffee at the, whatever. Um yeah, I never, or like getting a breakfast sandwich, whatever it is. I'm not showing up that early for school or for for work. I'm just not doing it. I think that's about it. I really just wanted you to hear the audio of the actual alibi. I think that's it. So, okay, and this was from 3 months ago. See, and I never watched. I'm so glad you said this because I never watched. Um, I can't do like I cuss like a sailor too, but I don't just use all those F bombs left and right like that. I can't. I don't want you guys to have to hear that. And then also like I don't know who else is like listening. Um, if there's like little ones in the room and stuff like that, I don't want you guys to have to like worry about all of that. I mean, there's probably going to be some times where I'm like definitely dropping an F bomb, mad or whatever. Like I'm going to see something that's going to upset me, and I'm definitely probably going to be guilty of it. But um, so that was September 1st of 2024. Cluminante. I call her Cluminante because that's that's what Grandma Robin calls her Cluminante. And when I heard that, it made me laugh. I was like, that is so cute. So I call her Cluminante. But I never watched her. I just happened to come across it one day, and it came up in the feed or something. And it's been driving me crazy for months. No one has ever discussed it. I know that is crazy. Like I think that is. I I mean, see, and that's the thing, like, I never heard that before, and that came out, it says 3 months ago, so I was like, okay. So, I mean, yeah, there's just no way. And then also, okay, so there's, I heard that like Chris didn't really like to drink when he went out to the bars and stuff because he's got his CDL and he doesn't want to lose it. Cause like all it takes is like one time of like getting a DUI or like anything like that. Like you're not allowed to have no booze and drive if you have the CDL. And then also like you have to have a really clean driving record, and or you could lose it. And so that's what I find to be really, really interesting about that is that he said that he was out at the bar with him like until late because I mean maybe if they're playing pool or maybe darts or something, or maybe they're watching it like a sporting event, like a game or something like that, maybe, but I just find that to be kind of odd. Um, Momo of Three Boys says they only have to be in their cranes probably 45 minutes to a half hour earlier. Job sites don't usually open that early. See, and that's what everybody was saying too about the job sites and stuff like that, that like nobody was on the job that early. So why would he be early like that? I know that like you have to actually climb up into those big old cranes, like they're huge, so that you have to like climb up into them. And that does take a while because you, are taking breaks as you're going up, like again, you'll never catch my butt in one of those. Like, that's way too high. I don't want to do that. Um, Cluminasties. It is that's hilarious. I have not I think I saw that today somewhere and it cracked me up. Oh my god. I mean the humor in it is what keeps us going, right? He had to do something. He was confined to that RV. So whatever he drank, not or not, oh, whether he drank or not, besides the point, I think he went out and paid this guy for some phony alibi, right? I think so too. Because and the reason I say that, and you're right though. Like he was stuck in that RV, he really didn't have people around like that he knew very well. So I can definitely see where he would want to go out and like conversate. And then a lot of times the construction guys, they like to go out to bars and stuff like that. So I definitely know that's a thing. because my dad's a construction worker, or he was a construction worker. And so I know that they like to go out, and then like even in the unions they would have like kegs of beer at the meetings and stuff like that. So I'm very familiar with that. Um, oh, good dreaming. I was like, I hope we didn't lose you. I can't tell who's all in here, so I can't tell who's listening. Which I do that all the time, because a lot of times I'll be doing stuff, cleaning, or like now I was doing a bunch of laundry today. Um, but if I'm just listening, um, I won't be in the chat. I'll just be in the bushes. So, but yeah, you're right, and I think that like, um, I don't know. I think that he's just trying to make it so he looks like he was there, and then whoever, because then there's other people that said no way that the gates weren't even open that early. So who is this guy? And then I don't know. I just feel like, okay, with Cluminante, and I try not to talk too badly. I like to reference the creators I like more often than the ones that I don't, or the ones that I don't listen to. But it just seems like ever since she did that thing where she had Chris call in and act like he was Sling Blade, and then she's like, I swear on God, I didn't know who it is. Baloney. That was all set up. And she even tells on herself at the end of the live. But she thinks like her viewers are, for lack of a better way to say it, like she plays them for dumb. And I don't know how anybody is okay with that. Like I don't want to follow somebody that thinks I'm dumb and thinks they can pull the wool over my eyes, and stuff like that. So, oh good. Thank you, Sandy. Thank you. And Momo of Three Boys says your video of like 6 months ago with him calling and pretending he's somebody else on the clothes. Yeah, on the channel saying, why are they saying the parents done it? Yeah, and came up with the time. I think it's so dumb. So like they were so he like calls in and he's saying things like, how come you think the parents did it? And like and he's doing it in the Sling Blade voice. Um, and then he does like all these other voices. And apparently they were on the phone with Chris. Clue and Cletus were like either the night before or the night before last from when that happened. And they were like, listening to him do Jim Carrey, and they were from The Mask, and they were listening to do like all these different ones. And she tells herself that she tells on herself at the end. But in the beginning, she's telling everybody like, no, on God, I have no idea who this is. I have no idea who this is. But it was all a setup. And so with that, I just feel like she didn't even put any receipts up. Like I understand maybe not doxing the guy and being like, okay, this is Gary Smith and he lives at 123 Main Street or anything like that. But you could have been like, especially like use his own voice. Like that was somebody. It had to have been a voice changer. Like it definitely wasn't. It definitely wasn't like an actual person's voice. It sounded, and then also, yeah, I agree. It sounded like somebody that was drunk, that was kind of like slurring their words and stuff. So how that can be a credible person, I don't know. But what I do know is that there were some text messages that came about that said that that stated that it wasn't even open at that time. So that leads me to believe that they're lying, just because they've lied the whole entire time. And then also, I just think that Clue thinks, yeah, we're all stupid. Her viewers are not. That her viewers are just listen to everything she says and believe it all for gospel, but it's not. And that's kind of how I feel about it. Which I don't want you guys to do that here. I mean, if I'm wrong, like be like, hey, lady, this is what I found. Send it to me. You know what I mean? And I'll look at it and I'll be like, oh, okay, correction, and then I'll show you guys. But um, but yeah, my thing is that like that to me sounded like just a janky kind of situation. Like some sketchy guy calling in. He won't even say who he is, or so it makes me wonder like how these alibis are coming about with, and who these people are. Because the text messages that I saw, like even on I think Terry Lynn was on Justin's channel when they were showing these, and that person had like their name on top and everything, like not their whole name, but and said who they were, that they worked with Chris. So, I mean, either way, they're both alleged, right? I mean, in all fairness, they're both alleged. But, yeah, I tend to believe the latter, that he didn't arrive till about 6:30, because that would make sense. Like a half hour early, yeah, I could see. I would come to work a half hour early if I had to go all the way up in a crane. Definitely. I mean, I've always worked at like offices and I've had serving jobs. I was a CNA for a little while. So I've done a lot of different things, but I've never done a job that really required me to be there a whole half hour early. Just usually you just start your day like I'm working 9 to 5 or something like that. Um, and then in real estate, of course, it was longer hours, but I mean, my phone would always be ringing and things like that. But I wouldn't be like sitting out in the parking lot waiting for no hour before work anywhere I've ever worked. Um, unless like possibly when my car broke down or something and somebody had to drop me off early or something like that. Like I couldn't get a ride in or something. I don't know, but I think at 3 a.m. CP was helping to load Sebastian. Oh, I know. And see, oh, I know. Yeah. And that's what I'm wondering too, Sandy. Okay, so here's the thing. Like the worst case scenario, I feel like something obviously that would be the worst case scenario. Something happened where if he did make it home, say Sebastian made it home, say he was the one that was taking out the trash can, he did his chore, say it all happened the way Katie said it did. It's still two light sources coming from the house and then one going back. Oh, I don't know why there's balloons. I have no idea why there's balloons. Okay, but yeah, and then there's one that goes back to the house and then nothing after that. And then apparently there is a guy that called an Uber. So there's that vehicle that comes through. And then there is the trash truck, which is about 5 a.m. And then the school bus. And then Katie leaving her driveway. And this is all alleged, um, according to Bobby, the neighbor, who kind of witnessed this footage from the flashlight video. So, with that being said, everything that happened that morning and any cars that had come into the neighborhood were accounted for, except for the ones that came through around 3 a.m., in my opinion. So something definitely could have happened, like a handoff, something could have happened. And yeah, and that guy's this fake alibi. But like he had plenty of time. Like there was plenty of time for him to do these things. And there was also plenty of time for him to like dispose of certain things out of his camper, because if it took him 17 hours, let's just give him 10 hours of drive time. That still leaves 7 hours. So, I mean, that's plenty of time to do a whole lot of other things. And that's just my opinion, allegedly, in my opinion. But yeah, I mean, I think that would be the worst case scenario to something. So if that's the case, and Katie was in the house, and maybe too much medicine was given, I think that's another valid theory, that maybe because his medicine was changed recently and maybe she just gave him too much. Um, but I'm still kind of leaning a little bit towards he might not have made it home. Which I don't want to, I don't like saying that because I think that's like the worst thing that could have happened if he never came back home from that restaurant. But then again, also, it's like that little boy Liam that was just found. He's 14, so he's a year younger than Sebastian. And he was an eloper, so he had taken off at least 6 times before this. He was found, and he was found pretty quickly. Many of these kids are found super quickly. If they're elopers and they run and they go into the woods or something like that, they can only get so far. And I think, and then a lot of times too, they're caught on the different camera, like different surveillance, whether it be like through the city, through, the Ring doorbell footage, the hunting cameras. I forget what they're called. But the ones that are kind of out in the trees and stuff like that. Yeah, without speeding, it's a 3.5-hour drive from Stafford Court to St. Jude's. Yeah. I mean, yeah, that's the thing. And so I don't know. And I just don't see why he can't produce any receipts for any of this. Like, if he was at work that early, how come he can't show that? So what I'm thinking right now is that Sumner County and the FBI have a lot more information than they're going to give us, just based on their statement. Now, that's just going by what they said. I can't say whether it's true or false. I can't say whether they're lying, whether they're trying to hide some things because they don't want to let any more information out, which is very possible. Now, we do have that update coming from at night that Minnie had mentioned earlier. So we'll have to wait and see what happens there. But I really believe that something big is about to happen. I think they know more, and I think that things are starting to add up. I also think that the police asking Smiley for her interview, I think that was huge. If that, I mean, that's alleged to have happened. If it did, I think it's a really good sign. Because that means they're starting to look back at at those internet interviews, which I think they should have been doing that the whole entire time, because that's where the parents were going to talk. And to discard, or to discount those, I think would be irresponsible. And I just don't see them being that irresponsible. But Craddock does not like the YouTubers speculating. Like, I can tell. I don't think he has a good poker face. I think when he's upset, when he's surprised, his eyes get all big. I'm the same way. I'm very expressive. My facial expressions are real expressive. My eyebrows bump up and down and all that kind of stuff. So I'm not saying anything bad about that, because I'm the same way. Like, if I don't like something, like, most of the time I have to like hide it, because like people just look at my face and I'll be like, mm-mm. So I get where Craddock is coming from on that. Like, I don't have a good poker face either, so I'm not trying to talk crap or anything. But like, you could just tell, like, he gets a disgusted look when he talks about the YouTubers. When he talked about that he is transparent and he has been transparent, I could tell just by the tone and the way he was talking that he wasn't happy that any of the footage was leaked out. Because I think, for one, it makes him look bad that, this footage was out there, and basically he probably should have just let it go out there. But then again, there may be something that we don't know. And so I'm going to be really interested to see about these updates. And I really think that things are going to be moving fast in this case. And I just have a feeling that, that hopefully we're going to get some sort of answers sooner rather than later. I really hope it happens before Christmas. I really do. And that's for all of the family members, because that way whether it's the best or the worst case scenario, they at least have that answer before Christmas. And I'm just praying for it to happen fast. And I think law enforcement, I don't think that's lost on them. I don't think it's lost on them to try to get these kids home before Christmas or try to get things resolved for families before the holidays and things like that. I think that they are mindful to that. Um, but I just feel like if Sebastian was to have walked out of the house of the front door, he would have been seen. If he would have climbed out his window, he would have been seen. You know, if he was if he was somehow able to get out of the house undetected and undetected out of the neighborhood, like there's all woods over there, I just feel like he would have been found because he would have been walking someplace out in the woods. And another thing that I know that Chris and Katie both said that happened, and I know they're not the most reliable sources, obviously, but they had said that the police were putting like little care packages out there to kind of lure Sebastian home out of the woods. So they were putting like yoo-hoo and different little snacks and things like that that were gonna snacks that were gonna lead him out into like out of the woods, and they were doing that strategically out. So I don't, yeah, I just don't see him being like out someplace in the woods, which I mean it's still a possibility, but I just it's very, very low. Like probably my last resort that he is still out there in the woods somewhere, that he fell, maybe like, because I know it's like rough terrain and stuff like that. So maybe he fell down and he couldn't, and he hurt himself or something like that. And that's just assuming he ran away, but I don't think he did. I just don't think he did. I just, based on other cases that we've seen, based on the knowledge of these, you know, these special kids that have autism, I just don't see it, because usually they're found in a lot, and most of the time they're found near water because they're drawn to the water. So I would think that he would be somewhere near the water if we was to find him. Um, and then of course another thing that really bothers me is the fact that Mr. Foote likes to say that this will be a case that's going to be studied and that they're never going to find him. And it makes me think of little Harmony Montgomery. It makes me think of what her daddy said, that the Manchester police are wasting their time and that they're never going to find her. And it's just, it's absolutely something that somebody that is innocent they don't say that. They don't say that. Um, and then also trying to put out the way that they're doing it, the way that they put out that information with FS Investigates was very, like his post that I read earlier was very kind of argumentative, in my opinion. Trying to think of what a better word would be. Like it seemed like he was being really contentious to the other side and basically being like, oh, well, if you're going to spread this false narrative, well, here's our narrative, which works both ways, right? Everybody can have a narrative that they come up with, you know, their version of a story. But cameras don't lie. And so I'm failing to see. And if any of you guys know, and then if anybody watches on the replay, drop a comment down and let me know what you think. Because I think this will be a good stopping point, but just something for us all to think about. What was Steve Fisher trying to accomplish by releasing the 4 photos? And I'm going to kind of look over the photos too and see if maybe I can't like do some enhancements on them for tomorrow, and just to see if maybe in those 4 photos there is something that I can take away that would make me think that Chris and Katie had nothing to do with this. I'm going to try really, really hard so I can look at it from a different perspective so we can discuss it. But I really want you guys to do the same thing. I want you to kind of look, if you have some time, just look at those photos and think of it from his perspective. How is this helping Chris and Katie? Because obviously that's what he was doing. He's trying to help Chris and Katie. He's trying to debunk any of the theories from At Night or Seth's team. So what was he trying to accomplish? What is in these 4 photos that we need to see that would help clear Chris or Katie or change our opinions about Chris or Katie? Because I just don't see it. I really don't. I don't see it. I don't see what he's seeing. All I see is the handicap placard, the shoes, and the cars. And then I see some weird kind of characters in the mix. The guy with the hoodie, the guy with the yellow hoodie thing, and then the guy with the blue gloves. You know. Um so I think we can really discuss a lot of that tomorrow. But if you guys come up with any ideas, or if there's anybody out there that knows what the deal was with Steve Fisher, maybe drop it in the comments and just tell me what you think. Because to me, I think it incriminates them more than anything. I think because I sat there and looked over those photos the rest of the night. I was supposed to go live after Seth, and I didn't, because I just sat there and stared at those photos. Stared at them, stared at them, stared at them. And it wasn't until the next day that I realized that the Roadhouse picture that I thought was the original Roadhouse picture didn't match up, until I saw like the actual video of it, because I saw them sitting across from each other and not sitting next to each other, and Katie's shirt was different, and da 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 da. But the main things that I was focused on was those 3 details, and then the suspicious people around. Like, who are those people? Why are they hanging out outside? I could see if they were smoking a cigarette or something like that. Yeah. But either way, yeah, let me know what you guys think. And then if you have a chance to look over, or if you guys see a post or anything like that, definitely email it to me. I know it's hard to get through my email for some reason. That's really crazy. But you can always hit me up on Facebook too, on Messenger. And same thing, Lady Freedom's Raw Narratives. I'm also Trisha Chavez. So if you guys want to look that up, and you can friend me, I'll friend you back, and then we can communicate that way too. But yeah, I'm really curious to know how that helps them, because I think it hurt them. Like, if anything, it made it worse. But maybe there's just something that I'm not seeing. But either way, it was so great being with you all tonight. Thank you all so much for being in here. Yeah, Trisha. Yep, Trisha. Um, and it's just so nice to be able to talk these things out with you guys. Otherwise, because these things drive me crazy. There's certain things that just drive me bonkers, and I don't know. I like bouncing ideas on you guys and everything. Oh, hang on. I think it was in my junk email. Oh no. Oh goodness sakes. Yeah, you should be able to see it like in there. Cause see, I checked my spam too, but I couldn't find anything in my spam, Sandy. But yeah, I'm super curious to know what is going on with these 4 photos. And then also I'm gonna try to like go over the video again. Because the video says a lot to me. Ah, there you are. There you are. Haha. Yay. All right, good, Sandy. I wanted you to have my email anyway, so I was like, there you go. Ah, woohoo. That's great. Okay, so now that we know the email's working, but yeah, it'll be like Trisha, just like the same thing with my other with the Facebook. And then I have X too, which is Lady Freedom's Raw Narratives. I have one too, but I really got to up my game over there, because I really don't check that stuff a lot. I really need to check X, because it seems like that's where they're all posting stuff. Like when FS posted, it was on X. So you guys could check that out too, if you all wanted to go over there and just check out his post and what he said. That's where you can find it. But then At Night's been posting a lot of stuff too. And then Dog, I don't know, I think he might post some stuff. But I'll definitely keep my eyes peeled for it. And maybe we can like go on an impromptu live whenever the news breaks about whatever At Night has to tell us. And that last post was very straightforward. So I'm thinking they might have like a really good update coming. I just have a weird feeling, which I had this weird feeling at 6 months, like maybe even the 7th month mark. I'm like, something big's gonna happen soon. I don't know what, but it was like it didn't happen. So I was like, dang. Which, I mean, I guess a lot did happen with Dog, with Nick, everybody coming on the team and stuff like that. So maybe that was what I was getting, but it was more or less like something big's gonna happen in the case. So I'm getting that feeling again, and so I just hope it's not wrong this time. I hope we can really find out what's going on and what happened to Sebastian, and we'll kind of continue tomorrow, um, and go from there. But thank you all so much. Thank you all so very, very much for being here. And definitely if you guys are new, I'm really happy to have you in here. Don't ever be shy. If you guys want to say something, say something. I am very open. The only thing I ask is be respectful. That's it. And gosh, I sound like Chris Broadfoot now, but um, but it's not a bad sentiment, right? Just be respectful to each other. I like debating. That's why I wanted to try to get Rich on here, but I know something happened that it kind of detoured him from coming on tonight. So I wasn't sure. I sent him over the link so he can pop in, but he hasn't popped in. And I've been checking too, so he wasn't sitting backstage. But I would love for us to debate. He's probably going to wipe the floor with me just because even though I had, oh no, Sandy. I do the same thing. I do stuff like that all the time. I can't even open my email half the time. I'm so bad. But no, I would love to have him over here just like, because I know he's very knowledgeable in different ways than I am. And so like I might have more like information, or I might know the Sebastian Rogers case a little bit more than he does. But also like I know that he knows a lot about it. And I'm a little worried that he's gonna come over here and like just totally annihilate me in this debate. But it's going to happen. We're definitely gonna be discussing it at some point, and it should be a lot of fun. It should be a lot of fun. So stay tuned for that. And then I'm also working on something for Michael Monkey Vaughn. Definitely keep his mom, Brandy, in your prayers, guys, because I know that she's battling some illness right now, and I think about her a lot. I think about her a lot. Thank you so much, streaming. Thank you. Um, all right, you guys. Well, thank you, and then I will see you. I will see you tomorrow. I'll definitely come live tomorrow. Just not sure what time. I am not. I try not to. Thank you so much. Thank you. Um, I'm really trying hard not to say that I'm going to do it in the morning because I know it's getting late, but then also it's just not worked out for me this this week with doing morning live. So maybe I could plan something for like Saturday morning live or something like that. We'll see. I'm trying not to do it when everybody else does it because I know that makes it hard for people that want to come in and watch. And then, of course, if you're watching both or if you're watching one, you don't want to skip from the other. So I completely understand. Yes, and good night to everyone in the bushes. You guys can always come out and say hi. Don't be shy. Don't be shy. All right, guys. You guys are amazing. Thank you so much, and I will see you tomorrow.